Okay, you're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Saturday night, 11 p.m., March 9th, 2024. We've got a lot to cover before we get started, so let's get into it. Today we're playing Mortum Medieval Detective, an expansion here, The Shelter. We've played through the entire base box about 2 years ago. Came out in 2021 or so, and took about 5 or 6 hours per session, 3 cases in the base box. We had mixed feelings about it. In retrospect, I have a little bit of nostalgia for it, so I am happy to go back to this world. Today we're playing this box here, the Shelter expansion. We're going to talk about what that is in a minute, but let's do some bookkeeping first. Last night I opened up Seventh Citadel, the Kickstarter, which is right behind me, that gray, weird-looking box. And we spent a couple hours last night reading through the entire rule book, talking about the differences between Seventh Continent and Seventh Citadel. There seems to be a little bit of interest in the channel in playing through the introductory scenario. I've talked about why looks amazing. There are lots of playthroughs on YouTube, however, and to me, that's in the category of game that I probably won't play well solo for me. The games that involve lots of push your luck and sort of management, I feel too stressed out to play solo. But maybe we'll play through the intro scenario just to see what it's like and talk about and look at the differences from a game design perspective between Seventh Continent and Seventh Citadel. Before that, we played a small box game called Side Quest 7C that was surprisingly fun and humorous. And there are 2 side quest small boxes that are out so far, and I've ordered the second one, Nemesis, to see whether they're all humorous or if it was just because that one was set in 7th Sea World puzzle game. So we'll probably play that when it comes. If you haven't seen, I've posted reviews for the Third Suspects box, Adele and Neville Investigative Reporters, which is way off in the corner there. If you played that game along with me, I hope you'll check out the review. You may not care about watching the review, but I hope you'll add your thoughts about the game to that review so that when people listen to my review, they get sort of second opinion. And in general, I want to remind you that's sort of the contract we have, you and I. When you play these games with me on the channel, I expect you to share your thoughts on the game, good or bad, either in the chat while we're playing, but also after the fact, either on Board Game Geek or on the YouTube videos when either the playthroughs or the reviews. Part of the unspoken but now spoken contract that you and I have is that you will add your thoughts about the game, and together we'll get better at reviewing games and talking about them and talking about what works and what doesn't. One of the things you learn, there's lots of things you learn by trying to have a YouTube channel, but in general, I think it's underappreciated how much you learn about expressing your thoughts on why something works and doesn't. And it's not completely domain neutral. So if you're good at talking about board games, you may not be good about talking about movies or food. And it is an interesting process to learn how to talk about things. While we're on this little side diversion, if you're curious about human psychology and sociology, and maybe what you might call the sociology of reviews, go look at the coffee YouTube world. it is packed to the gills with people just making up bullshit about how the coffee tastes different when you use 58 millimeter burrs versus 54 millimeter burrs. It's quite fascinating. Or how when they taste the cup of coffee, they check down at the package and says, oh, tasting notes of apricot. Yeah, there's the apricot. But one of the, I've talked about that quite a bit. But one of the other fascinating things about that is you can see them almost on the fly learning a language for talking about how something tastes. And it's just an extreme example of how there's some things that if you don't get better at, you just say, this is a good game. And the person says, why? And you say, I don't know. And I still feel that sometimes, but we do get better at explaining why something works and doesn't. It is a fun experience. Okay. Next up, you can see behind me, there are a couple new games on the shelf. One of them, two I picked up at Target today. So one is called New York City Medical Mysteries, that small little box on on the left of your screen. And then on the far right of your screen over there, a new hunt-a-killer game called Dead on the Vine, or not exactly new. The Medical Mysteries game was posted on the Facebook group called Puzzle People, which I've recommended before, a very active group of people who like puzzle games and frequently trade and sell their used games if you're interested in that. It's one of these Target exclusive games, Medical Mysteries. I'm very curious to try it. It looks like it's got an easy, medium, and hard case. I'm guessing the easy cases are going to be too easy, but I'm very curious to see what it's like. I was thinking we might even consider playing that tomorrow. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. we'll be doing our Dear Holmes play by mail, playing a new case called The Lost Key, I think. That'll be at 3 p.m. But I was thinking, should we try playing this Medical Mysteries either before or after it? Let me know what you think. And then the Hunt-a-Killer Dead on the Vine is part of this. They've been, Hunt-a-Killer originally was purely subscription-based. You'd get 6 boxes once a month for half a year or so. And recently, they've been trying to do this mass marketing of small one-off boxes, and I reviewed 3 of them, 3 of the harder ones, and very mixed feelings about it. In general, I'm not a huge fan of Hunt-a-Killer. And they've released a bunch more of small one-off boxes. One's a rodeo and one's on a boat. And they're all rated at easy difficulty, so I haven't bothered with them. This one, Dead on the Vine, seems a little different. First of all, it's rated at medium difficulty. That might still be a little easy for this group. But it's also bigger, more expensive, and rated at like 4 hours. So it seems like it's a hybrid between their larger sets and their small mass market sets. So I am curious to try it, but I don't have high hopes. What else should we cover? I wanted to show you something that I discovered today on Board Game Geek, a game. I'm going to play a little video of it. If you don't know, there is a Board Game Geek guild for this channel. You might not even know what guilds are on Board Game Geek. On Board Game Geek, you can create a guild, which is a small little community, which you have your own little forum section. There's a link to that on the About page of this YouTube channel. And in that guild, we've got one major thread where we plan what games to play and when. So if you're interested in joining us for playthroughs of a specific game, you can come there and talk about, hey, I'd like to join for this. Can you try to playthrough it on this day? And then there's some other threads there about video games people discover that seem interesting and other interesting games. And today, I came across a game that I want to show you a video for. It's called Once Upon a Time 1930s Chicago. It looks heavily influenced by Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. It's only in Russian, and it looks like it came out in 2021, 2022, and got reprinted. And it looks like it's fully released in Russia. And it looks really quite spectacular. And I don't know why it doesn't have an English version, especially since the whole game is set in American City. But we're going to watch a video of it right now. Okay, now I've turned off the audio because it's all Russian. But let's just watch some of this video, and you tell me if this doesn't look like a game you want to play. Be nice to have my little fast forward keyboard, but I don't have it. Okay. He's just speaking in Russian. If you know Russian, then you can go. I guess we could turn on the closed captions, huh? I haven't even thought about that. Okay, look at this. Look at those envelopes full of little surprises. Doesn't matter. Won't do it. Okay, never mind. Look at this map. Booklets for cases. Look at the directories on the left. Newspapers. Multiple maps of different areas. Looks like 5 or 6 cases. Look at those case books full of pictures, period pictures and art. And look at all those envelopes. Each little envelope just has one little piece of paper or thing that you find. 4 cases. It's got some gaming mechanics that look like they're tracking time. You can see if when he goes through the booklet that it's very much Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective style thing where you're reading paragraphs. Look at this time on the top. It looks like this is how you're tracking time over different days. So it looks like the case takes place over multiple days, broken up into 4 chunks of time per day. Someone knows Russian and can watch this and give us any feedback. Doesn't look like there's a full directory other than this, looks like 1 page. But there's icons on the map. I can see they're mentioned on that little brochure on the left. And I know the game went through multiple versions. So you can see on Board Game Geek, there's an entry for it from 2021 and then a brand new entry where they remade it into a 2nd edition. Of course, it's no trivial matter to translate these into different languages since there's so much text. There is a link on Board Game Geek to it. Search for Once Upon a Time in Chicago. There's the directory, I guess. I don't know how the directory can be so small. And look at the different maps. This is the thing I'm fascinated by. These different maps, not just one big map, but a small little neighborhood map. I mean, so if you haven't been following the channel, then you don't know I've been talking about High and Low, the New York City noir detective game that I've been working on. So you can come and download and play a sample case from that if you come to the Discord. But look at these, look how many envelopes there are. It's kind of obscene. It's kind of insanity. It seems overkill, but each one just has one little thing. That seems overkill to me. But that's pretty fun, huh? That you would be playing and constantly be getting out items, full newspaper. There's the case booklets broken by neighborhood. You can see there's some mention of time in there. Anyway, pretty incredible looking, huh? Pretty beautiful. Oh, here's all right. That's our signal to leave with YouTube and their ads. Okay, pretty cool though, right? I've messaged them, but you would think if there's going to be an English version, we would have heard about it by now. Okay. What else to talk about? I did put up a little community poll on the YouTube channel on the community tab, asking if people want to do something special in March, and if so, what? So when you get a chance, stop by that poll, indicate what you think would be a fun thing to do in March. The choices I put were like play a full day of live streaming different games, have me do a bunch of reviews offline. So anyway, stop by, and if you have a different idea, you can post it there. The other question I had, let's see, I've got my list up here. The other thing, I'm not sure what will happen is there's daylight savings time, happens at 2 a.m. tonight. And I don't know what's going to happen to OBS, the software that does this recording. Like, is something going to go weird? The clock, I've got my clock in front of me. Like, I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen. And I've got some plugins I've written. Can I show you those? Let me see. Hold on. Okay. Can you see now my OBS interface? I think you can. I'm now showing you what I see when I look through past the camera. That's the screen I see. On the right-hand side is a plugin I've written that is designed to make sure I know when we're on break and when we're broadcasting live, to minimize the risk of me talking for a half hour and not realizing that I'm not live streaming. And you can see above, I've got the audio meter and the YouTube broadcasting, so I can make sure it's actually broadcasting. That's where I can see how many viewers. Only 12 viewers, 4 likes. I wouldn't kill you to like the video if you're still here. Anyway, so this plugin I've written that keeps track of how long we've been broadcasting and on break and stuff. I don't know why it thinks I'm on break now. Because I've switched to this view, it thinks this view is a break. Anyway, that's a slight bug. I got to fix it. But anyway, I don't know if something's going to go haywire when we get to daylight savings time. All right, and now I'm going to have to remember that we actually haven't been on break. Okay, what else? Is anyone up to anything interesting today before we start talking about Mortum Medieval Detective? Did anyone do anything interesting today? Today I went with my local friends here, Rebecca and Chad, to check out shirts at a shirt printing shop. Every year, Rebecca organizes our trip to Gen Con, and she gets custom shirts made. So we're getting shirts made for Gen Con. So we thought, oh, at this point, let's investigate the shirt printing business and see what different fabrics there are. So we looked at that. Then we went and picked up these games, and then we tried some cauliflower chicken, imitation chicken, no, cauliflower sandwich at Dave's Chicken Shack or something. It was pretty good, actually. Jonathan Warner says, I still hope The Lost Winner is translated into English. This is a Sherlock Holmes consulting detective set of cases. Wow. And that does sound... I think Jonathan was telling me someone has made like a whole box. Is it like a whole box of cases for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective? It's like a fan set of cases of 10, did you say? That many? Dorf says, just finished the latest Deadbolt tonight, The Missing Piece. 6 out of 10, strong start, floundered a bit later on. You say that's the latest box, but I believe there's a new box that got delivered today, and The Missing Piece is the previous month, last month. It's hard to keep up, but okay, so Dorp has a subscription, as I do, to Deadbolt. We're already way behind that. Anything else? All right, well, that's as good as I'm going to get. John says, talking about something different, this is more dossier-related. There is a more dossier-related Chinese... Oh, Jonathan is saying The Lost Winter is not the one I was thinking of. The Lost Winter is a Chinese dossier novel. Okay, then what am I thinking of? What's the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective person who's made like a whole set of cases that haven't been translated yet? Let's see if I can turn this off. Okay. Mortum Medieval Detective, half hour in. It's time to talk about it. So, we played Mortum Medieval Detective a couple years ago, and I recorded a review as well, 27-minute review. It's a bit of a hybrid game. You can see comes with 3 cases. They're all cards. You can see there's no rule book to speak of, just an FAQ with important stuff, but you basically learn it as you play through. And it's got these resource tokens, and it's a bit of a hybrid game. It's sort of a, what would you say? There's cards that come out that build a map that you explore, a little bit like Seventh Continent or Seventh Citadel. It's set in a medieval world, but also a supernatural world. One of the pieces of the design is that you assemble a party. You choose people to put in your party that have different specialties, like there's a fighter, there's a wizard, whatever. They have different skills. So there's a little bit of role-playing that seems to go on. There's a little bit of resource management, a little bit of exploration and choose your own adventure. There's a whole interesting time system where time goes into night, then you have to rest. There's a system where you can choose different ways to attack certain problems. And there's a mystery element where at the end of the case, you actually have to answer questions and get scored on it. So it's a whole bunch of different genres packed in together. You can see there's the top-down map that's getting built out. There's the clock keeping track of what time it is. There's the party of adventurers you're taking with you. Deductive adventure game. It will immerse you in the dark atmosphere of a world reminiscent of medieval Europe with all its legends, superstitions, and fears. You'll play through, you won't see all the cards. Maybe you'll see half the cards depending on the different things you choose. The stories were basically independent. I do remember that the last one we enjoyed the most, and it was a bit of supernatural. So that's the base game of Mortum Medieval Detective. Now, that brings us to the shelter. What is the shelter? Let's read the back together. The shelter is a separate, standalone scenario. You do not need the base game. Mortum Medieval Detective is a game of deduction and adventure taking place in a grim world shaped in the image of medieval Europe, where legends, superstitions, and fears have come to life. Take on the role of an agent in a secret organization investigating these mysterious and strange events. The choices you make will determine how events will unfold and the fates of those that cross your path. Tread carefully and welcome to Mortum. We recommend playing with the shelter content only after you have finished the core storyline of Mortum Medieval Detective. However, it is not necessary. 14 and up, 100 to 180 minutes, 1 to 6 players, but totally standalone, which it's good in a way because I don't remember all of the exact rules, and I don't know if this is going to use all of the same rules. Is this going to come with tokens, a punch board? We don't know. It does say we recommend you play through the storyline. So just to refresh our memory of the storyline, we're part of some secret group. We don't really know what our motivations are, but we are investigating things. And in the final case of the base box, there were absolutely supernatural elements, and it was actually finally the third case had us investigating some weird lore of some creatures. We found like the skeleton of some creature of a different race involved in dark magic. It was pretty cool. So I hope we go back into that world, but I don't know. Okay. Let's see what we got. The shelter. Okay, so 4, like case 4. Is it all cards? No tokens? No, there are some punch boards. Okay. So it looks like you don't need the base game because these tokens, which are the only other thing other than cards, come included with this set. So I guess we'll just punch these out. We could use the base ones, but we'll just play with these. So I gather it's going to basically teach us the rules all over again, which is just fine. Okay, and one big deck of cards. All right. Let's put everything else aside. Are we ready to play here? John says, I do think I saw some of the devs from Mortum are working on another similar game, but with a modern urban supernatural setting. I believe it's called The Legacy of Eastbrook Hills. Well, that sounds interesting. We might have to check that out. I've already said that, like, in retrospect, looking back on Mortum Medieval Detective, I do have some nostalgia for it. I miss it. And the author of Mortum Medieval Detective, which is Sergei Minovich, did come by to our original playthrough and was a very good sport about the fact that we were having some mixed thoughts about the game. I do always worry about that. And then the other thing we're going to try to do today, which is I set up my... You know that I've got cameras, I've got a wide angle view of most of the table. Then I've got a close up. I've got my plugin that lets me zoom in, and I've got 2 cameras above, one for close up stuff for better resolution. And then I have another camera that's off here that I can use to overlay. It's not fundamentally different than this, although I have no zoom control over it. But it might be useful if we've got a map on the table that I can't more easily put something in front of me. So I don't know if we're actually going to use this today, but I did think I'd set it up so we could get some practice, because it seems like something like the 7 Citadel might be of use. And we can put this on the top-down view as well. So that might be a nice way sometimes to have some overall map and a smaller thing. Okay, but for the most part, it's probably easier to just do it this way. All right, let's begin here. Welcome to the world of Mortum. The game before you is an investigative adventure. You don't need to study any rules in advance. Just read the cards carefully and follow their instructions, starting with this one. The game offers you a chance to play the roles of members of a clandestine organization whose actions are for you to decide. They operate in a fantasy world called Mortum, where medieval technology meets magical powers and occult knowledge. The game consists of revealing numbered cards and performing specific character-based actions. More about those later. You will need to conduct a series of investigations to answer certain questions at the end of the scenario. Your overall score will depend on correctly answering these questions, and the way the story ends will depend on the actions you take during the game. You won't have enough time to take every action at every location, so you will have to make deductions based on the information you're able to acquire before the end of the game. Each time you reveal a new card, read it fully and follow any immediate instructions it gives you, like this one. Flip this card. Before you start playing, here are some tips. 1. Players should take turns choosing one action that is available on a revealed location card or one special action on a character card. Every player should get a chance to decide what action is best. Appoint a player to keep track of the time meter and to advance the current time token when needed. You will be instructed on how to set up the time meter shortly. Appoint a player to read out the text on newly revealed cards. If nobody agrees, take turns. Players can examine all revealed cards in play at any time during the game. Once a card has been removed from play, you can still examine it, but you can't use any available actions on it. This scenario takes about 4 hours to play. We hope you enjoy it. As the saying goes, time flies when you're having fun. Please note that some of the descriptions in this game contain violence. Player discretion is advised. When you're ready to begin playing, reveal the start card and remove this card from play. Now, if this is true, that the scenario takes 4 hours to play, it normally takes us about 3 times the playing time of a game to play through this on the channel. That would come out to 12 hours. So if this is true, or even close to true, we will not be finishing this tonight, and we'll have to have a 2-part session. That says, is that a new feature? The green screen. I don't normally use the green screen. It's a little redundant because this close-up thing is a little more convenient. But yes, it is a new feature for the most part. Okay, so we're ready to start. Here we go. This scenario is a sequel to the core game. If you haven't played the core game, ignore the text below and flip this card over to reveal the Start B side. If you have completed the previous 3 scenarios and wish to continue the storyline, follow the instructions below to set up the game. If you haven't played the core game, ignore the text below. Whoa. This is continuing based on what we did. And this is if you're starting from scratch. So the question is, how did we end these other scenarios? Let's just read this. Jonathan says, Jesse, let's take a break and I can look up how we ended the previous campaign. Okay, that sounds good. So let me just read this out loud and then we'll take a break. Okay, so assuming we have completed all 3 scenarios and wish to continue the storyline, we should do this. Separate the surveillance cards from the rest of the deck. There are no search or raid decks in this scenario. Reveal cards 1 to 4 from the main deck. Place Cress and the magician character you used in previous scenarios face up. So we need to know what magician we used in previous scenarios, card 1 or 2. If you rescued Vikul from the fort, put him in front of you and remove the magician you didn't take. If Vikul was killed, remove him from play. So we need to know what magician we played with, and we need to know whether Vikul was killed. Take one matching token from the supply for each icon on each of your character cards. Reveal cards 5 and 6. And then we need to know whether we saved Cress, only save Vikul, or save both. So did we save Cress? Did we save Vikul? I guess those are the 3 questions we need to know. Which magician character we used? Did we save Cress? Did we save Vikul? Well, I wish I had known that this was going to continue. It's kind of cool that it is going to continue. Okay, so we're going to take a break here for 8 minutes. We'll come back and hopefully we'll be able to figure out where to do this. Otherwise, we'll just wing it. Should we? What? Let me just look at what the other side of this. If you came into this new, so if you came into this new, separate all the cards marked surveillance. Separate all the cards marked. So you still do that the same. And then it just tells you what you're starting your party, what 3 characters. And then instructions about how to use clock, which it seems like this might be assuming we know how to do. So we still are going to need to read this because we need a refresher. But okay, so we're going to try to figure out what we did here and what magician we picked. I'll see you in 8 minutes and we'll get started. All right, so the team went to work. Jonathan Warner went and found the playthrough. Looks like it was the third case. Jonathan says, we saved Vikul, but not Cress. And I saw that we picked the Mentalist, I believe is the answer for which magician we played with. I'm just hoping that Jonathan can fill us in on who were Vikul and Cress. Now, I did bring up the playthrough if we wanted to try to find it. I remember this case. We're sort of at the end. We saved these people in a tower from some stuff. We found remains in a wasteland. But I don't remember the full story here. This is spoilers for case 3. We were searching for Vikul. Okay, so I think Vikul and Cress were people that were part of our organization who had been captured. And we saved him in the end. You didn't necessarily... You could have ended with not saving them. And in fact, I can get to it. There's photos of... Not photos, drawings of them. There they are. Now maybe we might need them from case 2. John doesn't remember the specifics. I believe they were 2 people in our organization. Can I use the keyboard? Oh, I remember. This is where I get angry at Android. Okay, here they are. There's Vikul. So there's Vikul with his tattoo. So there he is there, and he was captured, and we saved him in the end. I don't know how this Cress person got killed. There's the guy Mulgarian who was killed, and how we could have saved them. So seems hard to believe that we did anything that would lead to someone's death, but Jonathan says that we didn't save Cress, so I guess we didn't. Okay. So we'll follow the instructions now, continuing over. Separate surveillance cards from the rest of the deck. Okay, so they're all at the top here. All right, I've put those aside. Now, there are no search or raid decks in this scenario. That's a strange thing. That was a mechanic where you could choose to raid an area. I think we complained about it at some point. Reveal cards 1 to 4 from the main deck. Place Cress and the magician character you used in previous scenarios face up in front of you. Okay, so cards 1 through 4 are people that can be in our party. So here are cards 1 through 4. Adept, Mentalist, Crest, and Vikul. So it says, take the magician you used in the previous scenario, either the Adept or the Mentalist. We took the Mentalist. It looks like he can fight and whatever this icon is, search maybe. And the Adept was better at just pure search. Okay, so we didn't take the Adept, so he goes away. All right. So far, so good. If we rescued Vikul from the fort, which we did, he's now in our group. So we've rescued him. He looks pretty beat up. There's that thing on his temple that we saw. Boy, he's not very useful. Look at this guy. We could have had him. All right. Well, we don't. I got this guy. I forget. And the 4 is just the card number. So that's not good. This guy would be better. All right. But that's not who we got. We lost Cress. That might make life harder. Oh, wait, we always get Cress no matter what? Place Cress in front of us. He's come back from the dead, or maybe this is back in time. If you rescued Vikul, put him in front of you, and remove the magician you did not take from play. If Vikul was killed, then the magician you did not take and flip to the B side. I see. So because we rescued Vikul, so we get Crest no matter what, even though he died, he's come back. We get this guy instead of this guy. All right, so it's exactly identical. Exactly identical, just in flavor, we get the guy we saved. Okay. All right. So that's our party right there. The mentalist that we traveled with before, Vikul, who we rescued, and Cress, who's come back from the dead. Okay. Take one matching token for each icon on each of your character cards. All right. So we've got fight, fight, hand, 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 fight, fight, and just one of these masquerade symbols from Cress. Okay, maybe we'll use this for our, well, maybe it's best to keep them on the cards. Okay. Next up, let's try our overlay. Okay, that works. We're going to have a lot of sidebar discussions today. I was actually thinking of, I've got two cameras overhead, and I've got this plugin that lets me zoom in. And the cameras I have are Micro Four Thirds cameras. They're quite good cameras, but they use a smaller sensor than a full frame sensor. In fact, a quarter the size of the sensor. And the size of the sensor in the camera gathers more light and can give you a less noisy image. And so when we zoom in on something, you can see the quality. For example, there's the text, because we're doing a digital zoom here. Gets a little bit better when it can use the top-down, when it can use the close-up camera. And then, oh, there's the close-up camera. So actually quite good. Although we played a game recently where it wasn't so good. So here it is when it's outside of the small area for the close-up camera. It's using the digital zoom on the camera that's a wider view of the table. And we did play a game recently where that was a little bit of a problem. So as long as something's right in front of me, I can zoom in quite a bit. But as soon as it gets further out, like you could imagine if we were playing Seven Citadel and we wanted to zoom in on a card, the details start to get a little more noisy and messy. And if you had a bigger tabletop that you wanted to get a view of, it would get even worse. So I was actually thinking about whether a full frame camera for the top-down cameras would yield much of an improvement. I believe it would be a substantial, noticeable improvement, but I don't know how big of an improvement. The cameras I have now are $1,000 cameras and several $100 lenses. A full frame equivalent would cost several $1,000s. So it's not something that I'm prepared to do, but it's possible that one day I will open up a Patreon again and see if I can't raise funds, several $1,000s, to buy a new full frame top-down camera that would let us get more detailed views of the top down, but I'm just giving you some warning now so you can mentally prepare yourself for when that day comes, so it's not as big of a shock to you. Okay. Take the matching token from the supply. Reveal cards 5 and 6 to create the time meter. Okay, so if you'll remember, this is how you track time on this game. This is another reason why I'm very interested in revisiting Mortum Medieval Detective, because the issue of managing time in this kind of game is now become front and center with the work on high and low. And so any game that manages tracking time is now more interesting to me. Okay. And then it says, if you only saved Cress, reveal cards 5 and 6 and set the current time to 6 p.m. Okay, so that's what one of these tokens is. One of these is the time marker. There it is. Okay, set the time to 6 p.m. Okay, so it's now 6 p.m. It goes from 6 a.m., goes across like this, 6 a.m. to 11 to 5 to 11 to 5 a.m. And then I forget what these red and green are. Some exhaustion thing happens. Okay. And now we didn't save Crest, but we did save Vikel, so we get card 8. So we don't get 7, we don't get 9, we get 8. Let's see, is this going to tell us how this guy came back to life? Let's see. We only save Vikel, reveal card 8, and then we'll take a look at that. Personal Diary, 12 June, 1403. It's been a week since we left Fort Bearclaw. As expected, a manhunt was sent out after us, so we decided to split up. Vikel and I separated from the main group. Later, we were joined by an unexpected ally. It turned out Cress was alive and able to catch up with us. We would be well on our way, but Vikel is ailing. He still hasn't recovered from the torture he endured in the dungeons, and his leg wound has not been able to properly heal while we're constantly on our feet. As if that wasn't enough, he now has chills and fever. We pressed on for as long as we could, but eventually Vikel's illness and our exhaustion overcame us. We decided to find somewhere to lay low for a few days so we could recover. We ventured deeper into the woods, following trails that were barely visible under thick brush. By evening, we reached some run-down estate with several structures surrounded by a fence. A large 2-story main house, a small hut next to it, something resembling a stable, and a barn. The house entrance was decorated with a time-weathered design, 2 bolts of lightning striking a stone. Flip this card, and it tells us this is a card with a bloody frame. So I guess that's going to be some mechanic we have to pay attention to. Maybe we're injured. Okay, so it turns out Crest wasn't dead after all, and Vikel is wounded, still recovering from his torture. Okay, flip this card. We decided to set up camp nearby. Crest insisted on scouting the house before trying to approach it. On the other hand, I thought that the onset of night in our worn-out state posed a greater danger. I felt that surveillance was a waste of time. Reveal cards 25 and 26. Place them in the center of the play area to start your map. Okay. $25 and 26. Beautiful maps in this game. Okay. I'm quite excited, happy to be back in this world. Okay. We have no idea how long we will have to stay here. We'll just have to take things as they come. Right now, our focus must be on finding a warm place to spend the night and recover. We may also want to search for someone with medical knowledge to tend to Vikel. If the group ever reaches 6 fatigue on the time track, you must immediately take an available rest action. So it seems like one of the things that we noticed in this game is that there were rules explained on cards as we went, and then they were like thrown away, and they really needed to be reminders, and that's what this FAQ was. So I can see I'm going to have to get out this FAQ from the base game. The fatigue is going to be this red thing here. So 6 fatigue happens, it looks like, here at midnight. It's a little hard to see. It looks like that looks like 3, but it's actually 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And then we've got these actions now that we could take. Scout the area, conduct surveillance from a distance, head for the house. And then we might want to look at these cards more carefully to see if there's anything interesting here for us. But now the game told us that if we're continuing, we just need this and we could throw this card away. But really, there are some reminders of rules that we should read. This is a mistake not to give these instructions to people. I guess they're just assuming you're continuing it like the day later, but really it's been 2 years. Whenever you reveal a card with one or more timer symbols, you must advance the current time by 1 hour per symbol. At the end of each day of your investigation, you must use a rest action on a revealed location card, such as a camp or an inn, to replenish your action pool and deal with fatigue you've accumulated. I remember one of the mechanics is to decide where you want to rest. Different resting places have different risks because you're staying there overnight and different rewards. Okay, so at the end of the day, which we're told on this other card is when we have 6 fatigue, we have to rest. We have to pick a card, we rest on it. It gets us back our action pool of tokens and deals with fatigue. You gain 1 fatigue for each hour after 6 p.m. that you do not rest, shown as red bars on the time meter. Each fatigue you gain before you rest will penalize you the next day. I had forgotten about that. You're now ready to begin your investigation by revealing card 9, but we took out a different card. Set aside revealed cards that don't have any available actions to avoid cluttering up the play area. Okay, so that's a little reminder of how time works, and then this goes away. I guess I should separate cards that were not used in the game versus cards that we read and put aside. Okay, I'm going to put the cards that we're done with over here. All right, I want to get out the FAQ here, the 1-page FAQ, to see if it's got any other rules that we need to remember. Let's take a look here. I guess I shouldn't do it that way. I should do it this way. Okay, let's see. Can you perform several special actions at the same time? Search and surveillance can be taken at the same time if you have different face-up characters to take them. What's a wound? I guess it'll get explained to us when we get a wound. What tokens get replenished after rest and which ones don't? Only surveillance and search tokens get replenished. Combat tokens don't. There's no raids in this game, this expansion, so I don't have to worry about that. You can't until you finish. There's certain actions that take time, surveilled or searched, and you can't do something else while you're waiting for that. You can skip ahead. What counts as a rest action? Any action available after 6 p.m. that say camp for the night or stay for the night. Or, okay, so that looks fairly straightforward. You just keep that aside. Okay, so it's already 6 p.m. It's already nighttime when our first scenario has started. And here are the actions we can take. Do we want to take a close-up look at these cards? Let's see. I'm going to have to be smart about our clock. Maybe I'll put this over here. Okay, there's our times. You can see what time it is. And I guess these you're not going to need to see much. So maybe we'll just put them way down here. Put their tokens up here. That's good enough, right? You don't need to, you can see their faces, you can see their tokens. I'll just try to remember to keep the tokens so they're visible. Okay, and then we can have our map more front and center here and take a closer look at our map. So where are we? I guess we're in this whole, we've entered this whole area. Is that right? What does it say? We set up camp. Cress wants to scout it before the house before we approach it. So it looks like that's the house. But we think we're in desperate need. We can't waste time scouting around. We need to just rest. Set up camp nearby. What was the introduction here? Deeper into the woods, trails, rundown estate with several structures. Okay, so that's what we've got, a rundown estate with several structures. So we got, looks like a house, a little mansion, a little fountain maybe, looks like a well, a gate. It's all walled off. This is the stable. This looks like a secondary witch's hut. Little foresty area here. A building, I have no idea what it is, and more foresty over here. A large two-story main house, a fence, a small hut next to it. I'm not sure which one they're referring to. What's the small hut next to it? A stable and a barn. This might be the barn up here. So this might be the hut. This might be the barn. This might be the stables. The house entrance has 2 bolts of lightning striking a stone. So I think that's what's right here, but we can't quite see it. Maybe we get a close-up look at it. Bloody frame. Okay, so we're wounded. It's already 6 p.m. So, to remind you of something important, it's 6 p.m. We can go all the way until 12 midnight, but the more fatigue we acquire before we rest, the worse it is for us the next day. So I guess, there's some incentive to just go to sleep right away. But we can't go to sleep right away. I'm just pointing out because there's no place for us to sleep. Like we have to discover a camp. We have to build our camp first. So right now, all we can do is these 3 things. We can't do anything on these cards here. There's nothing to do. You don't get to flip these. So doing some of these, though, may cause these to flip and give us a camp out action. So we can scout the area. We can conduct surveillance on the distance, from a distance. Those are the 2 things that the 2 people want to do. We say we should scout. He says we should do surveillance. Or we could just walk right in the main door. All right, what does the channel want to do? So vote. Do you want to scout, surveil, or head for the house? Jonathan says, theoretically, I like just running into the house since it feels like a setup for a horror movie. Really? Right into the house? Don't you? I feel like this Crest person who came back from the dead, He might know what he's talking about. Maybe if we scout, we can see what's really going on here. I would be inclined to want to secretly surveil it to see if there's something sneaky going on. Once you make yourself known, you've lost the element of surprise, and everyone's going to be on their best behavior. So I think we should surveil it before anything so that we can see what's going on before we get noticed, because we're only going to have one chance. 2 people per scout. I guess scout and surveil are not necessarily in conflict. All right. Let's scout the area. That'll give us some options of where to camp out. All right, I'm going to stop the vote right here. All right, we're going to scout the area. So we're going to take card 10. This still stays on the table. We can still do these other actions. And let's look at what 10 looks like. The old wooden fence was crooked in some places. In others, boards had been hammered in to reinforce it. All of it looked old and shabby, but crossing it was our only option. What's this? Kress approached the destroyed part of the fence. Did a bear try to break in? The marks looked as if they had been left by large claws. We were in the middle of nowhere, so a wild animal attack seemed likely. It only confirmed my belief that setting up camp in the woods was a dangerous idea and we should ask the owner of the place to spend the night. At that moment, we heard a wolf howl somewhere at a distance, and entering the estate seemed like an even better idea. So there's the claw marks. Okay, looks like we got werewolf scenario going on here. All right, now look up here. Clock. Boy, they just assume you remember these rules, huh? Okay, so I'm going to advance time to 7 p.m. So we've got one fatigue on our shoulder now. And the woods came out. So we could essentially just put this card off to the side. We don't really need it anymore. Feels like we're in a werewolf scenario here. All right, back to here. We've done the scout action. He says, we better get in that house. But I really think we should see what's going on here before we go inside. I realize we could get attacked, but I want to see if these people are letting in the werewolves. That's it. I'm doing surveillance. Card 11. I just did it. I made an executive decision here. We picked a spot to begin our watch. Oh, I didn't realize so long was going to pass. The house was definitely inhabited, though some of the windows were boarded up. We could occasionally see figures moving through the windows that remained open. The shoddy stable appeared to house some goats. We could hear their bleating. Sometime later, a young lad came out of the stable with a goat. He cleaned the goat and then started playing with it. A while later, a girl who looked about 6 years old exited the house. She ran up to the lad and said something to him. Together, they took the goat back into the stable and went inside the house. An elderly man carrying a pile of rags emerged from the small hut next to the main house. He took the rags into the lopsided barn. He reappeared several minutes later carrying some boards and took them into the main house through the front door. Boy, that's a spooky scene, huh? All right, well, nothing really, nothing sneaky going on here. We had a boy and a girl, both young, maybe 6 years old, playing with goats as pets, leaving them in the stable. Then we've got an old man who's in the hut with rags. The rags go to the barn, and then he takes boards into the main house as if they're boarding up the windows to keep creatures from coming in. Look at all the lower windows are all boarded up. All right, well, we've fully looked at the wood. So we have done, oh, and the clock advances to 8 p.m. All right, it's time to walk in this house. So we scouted the area. We conducted surveillance. There's only one thing left to do. Head for the house. That's the only thing we can do. We can't rest yet. We don't have a place to rest. So here we go. Into the house. Then we're done with that. We entered through the squeaky old gate and headed toward the house. Time passes. It's now 9 p.m. We had barely reached the porch when the door opened and an elderly man in soot-stained clothes came out. He was startled by our sudden appearance, but he quickly regained his composure. We asked him where we were, whether we could stay the night, and if there was someone nearby who could offer medical help. The man introduced himself as Vaclav and told us that the estate used to be a shelter for the destitute. During the war 12 years ago, many had abandoned the shelter, and now there were only a few residents and former employees such as himself. The man explained that he was something like a janitor there. His duties included fixing whatever needed fixing, going shopping in the nearby town, and taking care of the only horse at the farm. People rarely come by these days. Vaclav scratched his head for a moment, then opened the door, inviting us inside. Come on in, he said. Talk to Namira, the estate keeper. She runs this place and will show you where you can stay. And look for Leda. She practices medicine and will definitely help you. The man gave us a shallow bow and walked out of the house, leaving us in the dimly lit hallway. Doesn't seem to be afraid of werewolves, so maybe there aren't werewolves running around. Remove all revealed cards with bloody frames from play. You may still examine them, but you may not use available actions on them. So there was a bloody card. That was the one that let us scout and surveil. So if we had just walked into the house, we would no longer be able to scout and surveil. Not that we gathered much information, but it's nice that we did those ahead of time. So you might want to keep that in mind, that the bloody bordered cards may be cards that get shunted away. Okay, flip this card. Oh, time passes, right? One more. 7, 8. Did I already advance it? It's a little hard to keep track. We started at 6. 1, 2, 3. So 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9. Maybe it's just 9 p.m. The lobby. At the end of the hallway, we found a spacious main lobby. The air was filled with a bouquet of putrid odors. Among them, we recognized mold, rotting wood, and rodent dung. The dim windows made it impossible to tell the time outside. A few torches on the walls provided additional light, but the large copper chandelier on the ceiling looked like it hadn't been lit in quite some time. Perhaps the keepers of this place could not afford the luxury of fresh candles. At least it was warm and dry. A middle-aged woman met us in the lobby. Our arrival surprised her and distracted her from the task of counting supplies. She looked us over with suspicion, gave us a dry greeting, and introduced herself as Namira. Seeing what bad shape we were in, she pointed to a room where we could stay and rest. We told her we'd already met Vaclav, who told us to find Leda for medical assistance. She's busy cooking at the moment. You go ahead and get settled in. I'll tell her to come by after dinner. We asked if there were any other residents in the house. She replied that there were 9 people currently living here. You'll get to meet everyone at dinner. It will be served at 10 p.m. Until then, you have time to get some rest and get acquainted with the place. Namira was apparently done talking to us and went back to her business. Okay, so after 10 p.m., we can do 15. It's now 9 p.m., so we have 1 hour left until we can do that. Dinner's at 10. It seems like we probably want to go at 10 to eat dinner. So, but I can't tell if that's going to immediately put us to sleep. All right, but surely we're going to look around the house. There's nothing else to do now but look around the house. But it seems like if we had come in the house right away, we might have had more time to look around inside the house. Okay. Let's look around the house 13. Put these out of the way. Okay, we should get into a habit of when to advance the clock. So as soon as I put the card down, I'm going to advance the clock. It's now 10 p.m. We're in the shelter. The estate was built to house 100 people or more, so a complete walkabout took us a while. We walked the poorly lit hallways, peeking inside rooms and finding most of them abandoned. The ground floor had a sizable utility area, including the mirror's office, several locked pantries, a kitchen, a large but poorly lit dining room, and a room with some washing and a large wooden bathtub. The kitchen was the only place in the house that smelled good. A narrow staircase led from the ground floor to the basement, but a locked door blocked the entrance. The living quarters were on the second floor, along with a small library, but the books were few and the visitors none. Above the second floor was an attic, but like the basement, it was impossible to get in without a key. Okay, so we now have the actions of examining the kitchen, examining the library, examining the laundry room, or examining the empty living quarters with a symbol that means flip this card. However, it's now 10 p.m. So I'm inclined to go eat dinner and not push our luck because I'm afraid we'll miss dinner. But it's a little bit confusing because the instructions say eat dinner and go to sleep. So I guess we can't stay up for too much longer past 10 p.m. anyway. So maybe we'll save the other things for later and we'll just go have dinner now and go to sleep. And then in the morning, we'll do these things. What do you think? Or do you want to push your luck and look around here before going for dinner? That's the only question. We could flip this card. Maybe we can do this without advancing time. Just afraid to miss dinner. Isn't a blood framed card, so you might not know. Here's the blood framed card. So there's only one more thing left on this card. That's the go to sleep. But the other card is not blood framed. So this one will probably still be available to us tomorrow. Yeah. All right. So available after 10 p.m. I guess that means on or after 10 p.m. So I think we should just do this, go to dinner at 10 p.m., not risk missing dinner. And then we'll do the other stuff the next day. Let's not push our luck. We're already pretty fatigued, right? 6 p.m. is normally when you'd go to sleep. It's already 10. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to eat dinner and go to sleep, available after 10 p.m., which is card 15. So these stay out for now, and we take card 15. The dining hall doesn't advance time. It had been a long time since anyone lived in the room we were allotted. We had to clean it up or risk spending all our time sneezing from the accumulated dust. Once we finished cleaning the room, we came down to dinner. When we entered the dining hall, several people were already sitting at the large common table. Good evening. Please have a seat and help yourselves, Namira said, pointing to the vacant seats. Our dinner may be a modest one, but we share it with everyone in need. There was flatbread and a large pot of soup on the table, and it smelled delicious. We thanked Namira and sat at the table. Vaclav greeted us with a silent nod and a slight smile. He'd already emptied his plate and was reaching for seconds. Make yourselves at home, said Leda, Namira's assistant. From across the table, she leaned over and pushed the plate of flatbread closer to us. Oh, can't they reach it themselves, grumbled the old man sitting next to us. They haven't even earned this food yet. Oh, shut up. Oh, shut up, Rustique, said the man with the big scar on his forehead with a chuckle. They've just arrived. How could they have earned anything? He turned to us. Friends, my name is Tikkun. Pay no mind to this old grouch. Lots of different people here. Tikkun's powerful physique, ample beard and mustache, and facial scar made him look menacing. The peculiar cut of his waistcoat revealed that he had once been a member of the royal bodyguard. All of us here do our share. That's how we earn our bread. Oh, sorry, that's a woman. A young woman with a long braid chimed in. All of us here do our share. That's how we earn our bread. Next to her sat a skinny, pale boy who looked to be around 6 years old. She patted him on the head. My brother and I picked berries and mushrooms in the woods. My name is Gorana, and this is Murad. The girl smiled and handed us a jug of rye beer. You've only been here a few days. I haven't seen you pick much of anything yet, the old man, Rustique, muttered. Even Yuka contributes more than you do, and at least he looks after the goats. And it's me and Marishka who picked the berries. Marishka, a freckled girl of about 6 or 7 years old, was quietly stuffing her face with flatbread and milk. She seemed wary of us. Gorana and Murad, as if she was scared of strangers. Wika was an adolescent lad with obvious signs of an intellectual disability. His smile seemed a permanent fixture. Hi, he shouted, waving at us with both hands. Hi! Then he went back to eating. He gulped down his soup so quickly that Namira reprimanded him for it. Okay, now it says take card 16. Okay, so we just had dinner and met a whole bunch of people with very confusing voices to try to remember, which I won't do. After we'd eaten and made our acquaintance with everyone, we returned to our room. Soon Leda came and examined our ailing companion. She shook her head with concern and said, Your friend has a fever. He needs to spend a few days in a warm bed. We can provide him with hot food here, but that's not enough. He needs a healing brew. Tomorrow I'll go look for medicinal herbs in the woods so I can prepare it. Now you should rest. You look like you all need it. It's time to take your first rest action. Follow the instructions below. Count up your group's fatigue. Red bars on the time meter. So we've got 4. Set the current time to 6 a.m. Okay, current time goes to 6 a.m. We had 4 fatigue. For each fatigue point, move the current time 1 hour forward. You may discard your surveillance token to ignore up to 2 points of fatigue. So I'm going to move it 4 points forward. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're starting at 10 a.m. instead of 6 a.m. So however long you go past 6 p.m., you're going to start the next day later. But we could get rid of our only surveillance token to ignore 2 points of fatigue. It seems like we might need this, so I'm not going to get rid of it. Remove all revealed cards with bloody frames from play. That's that rule again. Okay, so this one goes away, but we had already done everything on it. We still can read it later if we need to. Everyone here seems very nice. It seems like these aren't going to be a house full of werewolves. It feels like these are going to be people that we're going to make friends with and protect, maybe. Okay. I'd like to hear what you think of this overlay. Do you prefer this system to the split screen system? A blood-curdling... Wait, what? We're resting. Okay, we just rested and woke up. And now we've woken up, and what has happened? A blood-curdling scream broke the silence of the somber morning. We ran out of the room and hurried to the main door. There we collided with Tikan, who was rushing in the same direction. We ran out the gate and saw Gorana crying. Soon the rest of the shelter's residents gathered. About 20 yards from the fence lay the breathless corpse of a woman. We quickly identified her as Leda, the woman who went to fetch stuff for us. She lay on her stomach with the wicker basket of freshly picked herbs on her back. Her head was unnaturally twisted and covered in blood, which was already starting to dry up. Marishka wept, clinging to the old man Rustique. This is no sight for the children, This is no sight for the children, the old man said quietly to Gorana. What kind of animal would do such a thing? Leda was so... Tikan went quiet, his fists clenched in bitter frustration. It seemed to us that a spark of jealousy flashed in Namira's eyes at that moment. This is terrible. Namira shook her head and covered her face with her hands. Do you think a bear attacked her? Bears tear up their victims' bodies, but here, Cress squatted by the corpse and examined it. It looks like a blunt strike in the back of the head. How can that be? Vaclav threw his arms up in astonishment. Who else could have done this beside the wild animals in the woods? Surely you don't think she was murdered by someone? He looked between us and Leda's corpse helplessly. Okay, now we've got a situation on our hands here. Is one of the people in the shelter a murderer? Or is it someone else or some other creature? This is actually an interesting description of this scene of her body. This woman went to fetch medicinal herbs for us and got killed, so we bear a little bit of responsibility here. But look at the description. She's on her stomach, and the basket is on her back. It's like a staged scene. Head unnaturally twisted, snapped her neck. Someone strong. Covered in blood. What's the blood from? Someone hit her on the head. Do you think a bear attacked her? Bears tear up the victims, blunt strike to the back of the head. But I think the key thing I want to point out here is she's been staged because the basket is on her back, right? So someone has staged the basket on her back. Why would they do that? And then what's this jealousy? Spark of jealousy flashed in Namira's eyes. What does that mean at that moment? Leda was she's jealous that Tikan liked her. Tikan is saying that Leda was she was so pretty. And then Namira is jealous of his attention for her. So did Namira kill her in jealousy? Reveal card 17. Okay, so no time ticked by with that. There's no actions on that, so we can put that aside. Let's get card 17. The suggestion of murder shocked everyone. Do you really think that anyone present is capable of something like that? It's unthinkable. Garana hugged her brother tight, shielding him from the sight. Perhaps there are other people in the woods, not only wolves and bears, Vaclav suggested. Before the war, there were rumors that these woods were home to a mock wolf. Nonsense, Namira interrupted. Those are just stories to frighten children. But what if the killer, whoever they may be, returns? Her words were met with dead silence. Then everyone started talking, giving different versions of what happened and suggesting defensive measures. We stepped aside to discuss amongst ourselves. We need to figure out what happened. We're stuck here anyway, and until the magician recovers. Besides, Leda was killed while collecting medicinal herbs. Is her death somehow connected to her willingness to help us? We could examine the murder scene and the body and question everyone. Perhaps someone saw or heard something. Reinforcing the fence is probably a good idea too. She was attacked by a bear, a mock wolf, or some other forest creature. We don't want to run into them at night on the estate grounds. Or we could perform a magic ritual and try to summon Leda's spirit. She might be able to help us identify her killer. Though she was hit on the back of the head, so I don't think she saw the killer. Okay, this is very cool how we got this full adventure and now we're quite a ways in, an hour and a half in. Now we're in detective mode. You're like, well, we're here. We might as well do what we're good at. Whoa, look at this. First things first, we wrote down a brief descriptions of all the people present and what we could remember of last night's conversations at dinner. From now on, you can use the surveillance token to observe the characters. See the back of card number 3 for details on how to use this action. Reveal cards 30 through 38 and place them around your map as shown below. You may examine these cards at any time. So this scenario is quite different from other scenarios that have been big on traveling and exploration. This feels like it's all set in this little set piece location. All right, so it's telling us to bring out all the people, set out our world like this, and now we've got a surveillance thing, which we're not very good at, but okay, we've got one of them. And we've got new actions. We can examine the estate, examine the murder scene and the corpse, interview each witness separately while the memories are fresh. Fascinating, really. Okay, so let's get everything out as we're told. So in addition to this, don't forget, we still have this. So we've got these actions that are available, and then these actions that are now available. So let's get out the cards that it tells us, 30 through 38. All people. Okay, 30 through 38. And lay them out, it says. All right, so this woman is up here. We'll take a look at these together in a minute. Okay. Murad is over here. Then comes Marashika. These are Russian developers, by the way. Okay. Looks like we're going to have a lot of reading to do in the next couple minutes. There's the mirror. Move everything up a bit. Uika. Have I taken too many? What's them to lay us out like that? 30 through 38. Here's Leda, who's 30. Where does she go? So it told me to take 30 through 38, but it didn't give a place for Leda. I'm going to put her here. And we'll keep our clock over by itself. Okay, so we've got a whole bunch of people we can hear about. Wow, this is a very interesting, weird case. So 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. Okay. So each of the people has a description of them, and each of them has an extra action, which is to secretly search their room or secretly search his hut. Leda has some multiple actions, though. She's different. We can search her room. Oh, she's the dead woman. I see. That's right. She's the victim. So we could look it through her room, or we could try to summon her spirit, or we can fix the fence and go to sleep. It's interesting how the rest actions seem to combine with something else. So we can, when we're ready to go to sleep after 6, we can fix the fence and go to sleep. So that's not really a choice. That's our only way to go end the day. Okay, so everyone has a description and searching their room. And then to remind us what our other actions are, we can look around the estate in general. We can look at the murder scene and the corpse, which is what we always do in these games. So probably we're going to do that. And then we can interview the entire set of witnesses. That seems pretty efficient to talk to them all. Okay, it might take some time though. And then we also have these options to look at the kitchen, the library, the laundry room, or the empty living quarters. Those seem less appealing now. Although laundry room, she was hit in the back of the head with a blunt object. So I'm less inclined to summon her spirit. I don't think she's going to see who hit her, but the spirit might tell her who didn't like her. I'd be more inclined to try to find that blunt object that hit her. The yard is a blood-framed card, so I feel like we need to do the interview action because it seems the most likely to be lost. Oh, very good point. This card is bloody back. That means whatever we don't do here, at the end of the day, we're probably going to lose. So these are high priority. Certainly higher priority, perhaps, than these. Searching their room, since we don't know who to suspect. Okay, well, let's take a break. So far, so great. I'm very invested in this group of people. I think we might have a murderer among this group here. The game started us out thinking like there was a werewolf. Now I think we got a murderer on our hands. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Mortum Medieval Detective has become a cozy murder mystery a la Suspects, where we've just got a house full of people, possibly a murderer amongst them. So when we ended, we had put up new people, but I forgot to read that extra card that told us that one of our people has a new special ability. From now on, you can use the surveillance token. We have one of them right here to observe the characters. See the back of card 3, Crest, for details on how to do that. Oh, so it's a rundown of all the tokens. I don't know why it didn't tell us to look at that before. Okay, so the hand is mental strength. Certain cards cost mental health tokens to perform. You can only take these actions if you have enough to spend. We have a bunch of those. Combat. If a card instructs you to spend combat tokens, you must do so immediately. Each time you must spend one, but you don't have any, you get a wound. Also, certain card actions cost combat tokens. We have 4 of those. We have more of those than anything else. Surveillance. Special action. Crest separates from the group and watches the target character. To use this special action, place a surveillance token from your pool on a revealed character of your choice. Then place a second surveillance token from the supply on the time meter 3 hours ahead. When the current time reaches the marker, discard it. Reveal a card with the character's number from the surveillance deck. The surveillance token on the character remains there as a reminder you have gathered information on them. Surveillance tokens are replaced when you rest. Mental strength and combat are not. This is one of these things. This is why it's such a pleasant experience to come back to Mortum Medieval Detective now, because there are these interesting gaming mechanics. So you can surveil someone. There's a special surveillance deck. So here are every person in this game can be surveilled, but we won't have enough time or resources to surveil them all, but they're all available to be surveilled. There's a delay. That's with this whole thing about putting a second copy on there. That's just a delay. So it takes 3 hours before it triggers. And then the other thing is that they replenish when you rest. We've only got one of them, but it does mean that every night we should be surveilling one person. Otherwise, we're wasting an option. So we've got we can conduct one surveillance per night. We should remember to use that. The others don't replenish, so we don't want to waste them. Okay. So Waste Crest gave us that. Boy, if we were able to take another character who had a surveillance, we'd be able to do so much more surveillance. Was there another character that had more surveillance? I put those cards away. I'm just curious. No, the other magician also didn't have surveillance. Okay, so the game is designed to give us only one. Okay, back to here. So remember, this is going to disappear at the end of the night. So anything on this, any action here we want to do, we probably want to do it before nightfall. So maybe we should start here. While the memories are fresh, that sounds important. But examining the murder scene before someone walks away with something. I mean, it's kind of like one of the things we always do is we always go right to the murder scene. Seems like we should do that. What do you think? Let's go there first. And then maybe we'll talk to the witnesses. It could take all day to interview them. All right, murder scene and corpse. We got to do that right away. 18. Let's gotta see if there's anything else we missed. Maybe the murderer dropped something. It can only help. Time advances. I changed out our marker here to a smaller one to help us see better. Leda was killed 20 yards outside the estate gate. Whoa, look at her body there. There were 20 yards outside the estate gate. There were several large pine trees there. The body lay underneath one of these. The location was barely visible from the estate, as the surrounding area was covered in young spruce trees. There wasn't much grass there, but there were some cranberry bushes. The ground at the murder scene was covered with dry pine needles and soft moss. It was impossible to discern any footprints. We looked around but found nothing that could have been used as a murder weapon. No rocks or large heavy branches were in sight. So a weird long description of the forest here. She's outside of the estate. So there's the fence estate. So she's actually outside. 20 yards, huh? Okay, well, easily covered distance. You wouldn't have to be gone for long. Cranberry bushes. I'm not sure why any of that is important, but what does seem important is murder weapons not there, and you couldn't have picked up a rock to hit her with. So whoever killed her brought their murder weapon with them. It's not just that they took it out with them, they brought it there and then took it out with them. Okay. Whoa, look at that. Leda wore a white broadcloth caftan with a waist string. The clothes remained intact and were practically unmarred by the blood. The way she'd fallen, facing forward, indicated she had been attacked from behind. It was clear she'd been struck in the back of the head, but her skull was not fractured. There was a bruise on her right cheek, probably resulting from the fall. Looked like her broken neck was what had killed her, but a mere blow to the head could not have twisted the neck like that. Someone must have either dropped something very heavy on her head or deliberately broken her neck after knocking her senseless. No other external injuries on the body. Wow, that is a pretty elaborate painting there. So there's the basket on her head, on her back. Bloody head. She just collapsed, but someone must have either broken her neck afterwards or dropped something very heavy on her head that caused her neck to break. Like she's right under a tree. Did someone drop something from the tree? Oh, it's a pretty bad, gruesome scene. Let's take a closer look at that, see if we can see anything. You could have dropped something from the tree and then staged it. But if you drop something super heavy from the tree, you would expect their head to be caved in or something, right? No marks on the tree that I can see. And her clothing is not messed with. and not bloody. It's a little hard to tell if her shoes are caked in anything. I think they might just be, country shoes. They just look like old sandals. I don't really see. I suppose another clue you could say is that she's finished gathering the medicinal herbs. So was she on her way back, having finished gathering them? And might we find clues where she went? Well, that's a pretty gruesome scene. Okay, well, dry pine needles, moss, cranberry. I mean, I can't really see what she gathered. Looks like she might have gathered some cranberries. Anything else in the back of the scene? Just a weird description of trees. Someone could have climbed this tree, though, and dropped something on her. Or jumped on her. All right, let's put this aside. Poor woman. Okay, that was the murder scene in the corpse. What would you like to do next? We could talk to the witnesses, examine the estate. We could read some of these cards here, which doesn't cost us anything. We've got other actions here. We can check her room. We can summon her spirit. I guess we should start reading these things. I don't know if we want to read them all at once or like read and then do an action, read and do an action. But shall we start somewhere? Let's start somewhere. Let's just check out this kid's thing. Can we read it this way? No, we should pick it up and bring it over. Okay, let's just start reading some of these biographies. Maybe we'll mix it up a little. Here's Mirid. Mirid was so reticent that at first we were unsure if he could speak at all. He has such a grown-up look in his eyes. Apparently, the 6-year-old child has already been through many trials. He looks emaciated. During the day, the boy hardly ever leaves his sister's side. The only time they aren't together is at night, when they sleep in separate rooms, like all the shelter residents. The Mira told us small children usually room together at the shelter, but Mirad and Marishika still shy away from each other and don't show any interest in playing together. Mirad is wary of the other residents, especially the old man Rustique. Seems Tikhon is the only one Mirad is not afraid to approach. We've even seen the boy smile when Tikhon tells one of his army stories. And he's the kid that had a learning disability. I'm like, I've got a little bit of suspicion that like he's being possessed by someone. And that's why maybe he's interested in the army stories. Like I got a little bit of suspicion that this boy has got the mind of some person controlling him. All right, let's read about the girl that he hangs out with. He's the kid we saw playing with the goat, right? He wasn't doing anything bad with the goat, so maybe he's just harmless. Here's Marishika. Marishika looks about 6 years old. She's been at the shelter for 3 years now. Nobody knows anything about her parents. She was malnourished and sick when Vaclav brought her back from one of his trips into town. At the time, nobody thought the girl would live long, but she recovered and now looks like she doesn't have a care in the world. She's grown attached to the old man Rustique and even calls him Grandpa. In general, she doesn't seem any different from other children of her age raised by average families. She's wary of newcomers, that is, us, Gorana, and Mirid. We're going to have to start keeping notes because this is the second time we've told who the newcomers are. So the newcomers are us. Borana is new. And Mirad is new. Oh, the little boy is new. I really suspect that little boy of being possessed. I'm ready to keep an eye on him. Although the boy is approximately the same age as she is, Marishika still refuses to play or communicate with him. Yeah, I suspect that boy. Now, let's take another look at him. Keep a good eye on what he's wearing and the description. This says she doesn't talk to him, but didn't we see in an opening scene when we were staking out the place? A young lad came out to the stable with a goat. He cleaned the goat and started playing with it. Then the girl says something to him. They take the goat back to the stable and go inside the house. So this says she doesn't talk to him, but we saw her talking to him. Jonathan says we should read all the bios before ending this day. Okay, let's keep going then. Let's look at Gorana. She's another newcomer. She looks like a little elf here. She's wearing a similar collar to this guy. Not quite identical. All right, let's go on a date with Gorana. This pretty young woman arrived at the shelter 2 weeks ago with her 6-year-old brother. According to Gorana, their family was forced to flee from these parts when the war started 14 years ago, which did not save them from troubles. 3 years ago, their father was murdered by bandits, and a year ago, their mother died of consumption. After that, Gorana took care of her brother. They joined a group of settlers on their way to the town where their family used to live, but they found nothing but ashes where the old family home once stood. Despite everything the girl has endured, she remains cheerful and hopes to find a home and a family one day. Gran is not spoiled. She's not afraid of work. The calluses on her strong, sinewy hands attest to that. Okay? I don't have a suspicion at all about her. She's one of the good ones. I don't have a doubt in my mind. Okay, let's look at Rustique. That's the old man. Rustique is always grumbling about one thing or another. It seems he's never happy with anything or anyone, except Marishika, maybe. That's the little girl. He treats her with some affection. During dinner, he was rude to everyone except Namira. We don't know who this skinny old man was when he was young, whether he had a family or when he turned into a homeless tramp. When we tried to ask him his life story, he rebuffed us grumpily. Rustique looks weak and he grunts or moans whenever he moves, but we get the impression that it's some sort of act. He's likely more agile than he wants to let on. Let's see. Okay. Okay, here's Vaclav, the guy who lives in the hut, I guess. Vaclav performs whatever duties Namira tells him. Since these duties are many and varied, he has become a jack of all trades. He was silent most of the time at dinner. I'm just trying to think what camera angle. He was silent most of the time at dinner, seemed a little distant and uninterested in idle chatter. When we asked him about life before the war, he evasively replied that back then all of them lived in much better conditions than they do now. But he also said he wasn't complaining because many people have it even worse. He's got shelter, food, and lots of work to help him keep the sad thoughts away. Vaclav prefers not to sleep in the estate, but rather in a standalone hut, which doubles as his workshop. Yeah, that's a little weird. Okay. Let's make our way here to Namira. She's kind of suspicious. Namira gives the impression of a strong-willed woman with a commanding and steely voice. No one dares contradict her. She ran the shelter before the war and earned her ward's unconditional respect. We didn't know whether she stayed at the shelter during wartime or returned later with Vaclav and Lada. Whatever the case, she remains in charge here. We've noticed that Namira will often glance at Tikhon, then avert her eyes in uncharacteristic shyness. He's the only one she doesn't reprimand for poorly performed tasks. So remember that she got a look of jealousy when Tikhon talked about the dead woman Lada. So let's move on to him and see what he says. He's the strong guy, remember. Judging by his clothes, Tikhon was once a member of the royal bodyguard detail. Only the strongest and most skilled warriors are selected for this duty. His hands and face are covered in scars. Clearly, he's a veteran who has seen his share of battles. He constantly tells tales from his former military life, but we've never gotten a clear understanding of which battles he participated in and under whose command. When telling these interesting stories, he never mentions himself. Another mystery is how he ended up living in a shelter for the destitute. Women tend to be attracted to his appearance and the way he conducts himself. We have noticed Namira, Gorana, and Lada throwing him interested glances or smiling shyly. I see, all the girls are after him. Okay. Now, Uika, who I don't remember having much interaction with. Oh, this is the disabled guy. I thought it was the tiny little boy, but it's this guy. Uika. While the lad appears to be intellectually disabled and wary of strangers, he's capable of doing simple chores and often helps around the house. Wika definitely understands others' speech and comprehends the conversations around him, but he barely ever speaks. The only definite communication we heard from him was the initial hello. Everything else was just mumbling and laughter. Yet when spoken to, his demeanor clearly expresses his feelings. The lad's actions give the impression he's much younger than he appears, which makes it difficult to pinpoint his age. But he looks to be at least 20 years old. Okay. And then we already looked at Lada, the dead woman, but let's look at her again. Lada was assistant to Namira, the estate keeper. She worked there since before the war, when the place was still a shelter for the homeless. She was a healer. She was about 45 years old. Everyone seemed to treat her with warmth. Lada seemed a sympathetic person, though quite tacit. Her eyes were filled with some unnamed sorrow, even when she smiled. If an animal attacked her, perhaps we should spend the evening reinforcing the fence to protect ourselves and others from the same threat. All right, well, we've read all the bios. We can search their rooms without any cost other than time. But remember, if we want to surveil someone, it's going to be a 3-hour delay. And we can only do it once per night. And the actions that are going to disappear at the end of the day are these, we think. So it feels like we should interview the witnesses. That seems like the number one thing. But also probably examining the estate. I'd like to see if we can find where she went and who would have seen her when. Maybe we can get timelines. So shall we interview the witnesses or examine the estate? Which of these would you rather do? Talking to the witnesses could take some time. So I wonder if we should examine the estate first, but then it says while the memories are fresh. So this makes me think maybe time is of the essence. Jonathan says, I forget, did the way we played it is we can set up surveillance right before bed and then have it trigger as we sleep. That sounds a little bit familiar. That sounds a little bit familiar. Like there was some gamey way we took advantage of it, right? Like you surveil right before you go to sleep. And then when you end the day, everything else triggers. It was on our FAQ, I think. Let's see. Here, this is it right here, Jonathan. My group started a surveillance or search, but rested before they were completed. What happens? All active search and surveillance events trigger when you rest. Draw the corresponding special action cards, then immediately resolve the rest card. So that was what Jonathan was talking about. But how does that really benefit us? How is that? How does that benefit us? It just means we don't have to worry about not having enough time to complete the search action. But there's no advantage to doing that versus starting it earlier, right? There's no advantage to delaying it until you're about ready to go to sleep, right? If you know where you want to go. It just means you don't have to make that decision until you're ready to go to sleep. Laundry room, kitchen. So the murder weapon could be in kitchen. Remember, we're looking for some blunt object. All right, what's it going to be? Do you want to examine the estate or talk to the witnesses first? As a reminder, it's pretty clear we're not going to finish this today. So give some thought to when we can finish it. Shall we finish it tomorrow night, Sunday evening? Is that what our plan should be? I was thinking we might play the medical game tomorrow, but now it seems like we're going to be playing this. All right, Jonathan, talk to witnesses, says Jonathan. Okay, card 19. I have a feeling this may take some time, yeah. Okay. Card 19 says 2 time pass, so it's now 1 p.m. I've moved the clock to 1 p.m. Let's read what we've got here. Interviewing witnesses is always time-consuming. We decided to start with Gorana. The girl told us she and her brother had woken at dawn and together set off to pick berries in the woods. In the hallway, they'd met Namira, who seemed to be lost in thought. Before leaving the estate, they exchanged hellos with Vaclav and Yuika. Vaclav was planing some boards, and Yuika was wandering about. We didn't go far. As soon as our basket was full, we started back. As we approached the estate, I heard a strange noise, as if a heavy bag had fallen on the ground. I went in the direction of the sound, and I saw Leda there on the ground. I called out her name and wanted to help her get up, but then I saw the blood and screamed. Gorana buried her face in her hands. Mirad ran up to me, but I immediately closed his eyes so he wouldn't see the body. Then Vaclav came running. You and Tikhon came next, and then the others. Did you cross paths with Leda while you were in the woods? No, we didn't even know she'd gone there. That's all the girl could remember. We asked her little brother if he saw anyone while his sister was picking berries, but the boy just clung to his sister's side and shook his head. After talking to Gorana, we paid a visit to Vaclav. He confirmed that he'd seen Gorana and Mirad and said hello to them. He said he'd seen Lada go into the woods as well about 20 minutes before the two siblings and had greeted her too. Okay, Let's check this out. She and her brother woke at dawn. Where's our timeline here? So our timeline is Guarana and brother set off at dawn. What time do we think dawn is? That's probably our 6 a.m., right? That's dawn, is at 6 a.m. Okay. They go to pick berries. On their way out, they pass Namira and Vaclav and Yuika. Okay, so Namira, Vaclav, and Yuika are in the house. This is all at 6 a.m. Okay. We didn't go far. They start coming back, and they hear Leda probably fall, hit the ground, or someone jump down from the tree or something. They see her. They see the blood. They scream. Okay, so she's alibying herself and the little kid because they've heard and run to the body. So these two have alibis according to Marishka. No, sorry, according to Gorana. Oh, it's these two are brother and sister. That makes more sense. This one won't talk to this one for some reason. Okay, so she says she went with her brother. They come back. They see the body. Okay, Vaclav came running. Tikhon came next, then the others. Doesn't help us. And then we ask, hey, while you're out fetching berries in the woods, did you cross paths with her? And they say no. So she wasn't in the woods where they got berries. Okay. 20 minutes before the siblings and had greeted her too. Okay, so he says Lada went out around maybe 5:40 a.m. 20 minutes before the siblings. Okay. That's all I can recall, Vaclav said, stopping to think for a moment. I was busy fixing something until I heard Gorana scream. What about Yuika? Was he around the whole time? No. At first he kept distracting me, asking me if he could help, but later he ran off somewhere. Next we went to see Namira. She did not recall having seen Gorana, but she admitted she'd been so engrossed in her chores she may not have noticed the children passing. She said that when she went outside to get some water, she only saw Yuika and Vaclav. She'd cooked breakfast, afterwards cleaned the kitchen. During that time, she'd seen Marishka and Yuika running around the house, and she scolded them a bit for it. Lada usually works in the kitchen. She wanted to go get some herbs and asked me to cover for her. There's simply not enough hands to go around. Everyone has to perform a wide range of duties. We could not question Yuika. The lad hid in the far corner of the stables and did not respond to us at all. Stables. If we get a chance to search the stables, let's do it. Old man Rustique told us that in the morning the lad and Marishka had played hide and seek for an hour or two until their game was interrupted by screams. Marishka was hesitant to answer our questions, but in general she confirmed everything we had heard before. Rustique said he'd also seen Tikhon tiptoe from the ground floor to his room on the second floor early in the morning. Talking to Tikhon was no use. The man insisted he'd spent the entire morning in his room and had run out only when he heard Garana scream. This is interesting. Okay, let's see. So Namira seems very busy. That seems like her alibi. She sees Yuika and Vaclav, and then Marisha and Yuika playing hide and seek. Marika, gonna move these two together. They're playing hide and seek, running around the house. I think he was hiding up in a tree and jumped down and killed her by accident. That's my new theory. Then we can't talk to him because he's hiding in the stables. Marishka doesn't really want to talk to us. They were playing hide and seek for an hour or two until their game was interrupted by screams from outside. So, in other words, it sounds like Marishka and Yuik were playing during the murder, right? Because they're playing for hours until the screams. So I think that means that they were clearly out there playing. I mean, well, it says it explicitly. They were playing until their game was interrupted by the screams. And the screams came very soon after the death because they, well, we think, right? We should say, we think that the body was found right after she was killed because this one hears like a heavy bag fall and runs over and sees the dead body. So we're assuming that the body was discovered right after this happened. But it's always possible that that's a mistake, that she was killed earlier and then the bag falling sound was something separate. But then it's a little suspicious, like Marishka doesn't want to talk to us. And then we get this extra secret thing going on with Tikhon. Sounds like Tikhon is hiding something. What does it say? Tiptoeing from the ground floor to his room early in the morning. Is it because he was sleeping? He was meeting up with one of the people? Was he meeting up with Namira? Having an affair with Namira? Is that what's happening? Tiptoe from the ground floor to his room early in the morning. So he's either tiptoeing back up to his room after he's killed her, or more likely he's involved in something else and he's sneaking back up to his room. Okay, let's put that card out where we have access to it. Jonathan says, going off the stage basket, if the person with the delayed mental age accidentally killed her, he might not fully comprehend it and try to give her her basket back. Yeah, I agree. That does sound like something you would do if you're sort of mentally handicapped. This is like a mice and men story here. I do agree that he's our prime suspect now. So if he's our prime suspect, he and Marishka were out playing. So she would be the one to talk to, since he won't talk. He can't talk to us. She might be the person's room to search, or his room, and he was in the stable. So I think it seems to me that, yes, that we should search the estate. I agree with that. Okay, so let's go examine the estate, which is card 14, and then we're done. We'll have completed everything on this card. Okay, so time passes. It's now 2 p.m. The estate area was not expansive, but almost everything was covered in wildly growing grass and weeds. Near the shelter, there was a small garden, but the dried out branches on the few remaining fruit trees were as much a sign of decay as anything we'd seen. We walked to the small hut that served as both workshop and home to Vaclav. Peeking inside, we saw a workbench cluttered with tools and piles of junk all over the place. Inside the lopsided old barn, in a place where the roof was mostly still intact, Tikkun had piled firewood for the house stoves. Here we also found some boards and a bunch of old junk. We rummaged through it but found nothing useful. In the front yard, there was a well that looked functional, but the backyard was covered with thick brush. It may have been a garden once, but now it looked more like a wild forest. We thought we should ask Namira about the history of the place. I mean, we can't do this at the end of the day, so probably if we're going to do it, we should do it now. And it does normally, so far, the cards haven't made time pass when we flip them over, so I think we should just flip this over and see. Oh, it did cause time to pass, because that's unfortunate, because I didn't really care about the history, but okay, well, time did pass. We found Namira in her office. She was writing something, sitting behind a desk. She agreed to talk to us, got up and came out of the office, then locked the door with a practiced motion. We asked how long the shelter had been in such a deplorable state and why so few people lived here. Namira told us that the staff and residents had left the place when the war started 14 years ago. When it ended, barely anyone was willing to return. Some found another place to work or live, others simply did not survive those difficult times. Did you return right after the war? We asked. No, not right away. 2 years later, perhaps more. There was a faraway look in Namira's eyes. Only the 4 of us returned. Lada, Vaclav, Eureka, and myself. Everything here changed while we were gone. We've tried as hard as we can to bring the place back in order, but it's proving an impossible task. And in all these years, you haven't been able to get new staff and residents? There have always been all sorts of rumors about this place even before the war, and they've grown worse since. Some believe there is a treasure hidden here somewhere. Others say the house is haunted. You know, people believe all sorts of nonsense. Namira looked around as if contemplating something. Then she excused herself, saying she needed to return to her duties. We hadn't been able to ask many of the questions we had about the shelter's past. So it could be a murder of jealousy. That Namira was jealous of Tikkun and Lada having some affair. If we interviewed her spirit, maybe she would tell us that she's having an affair with someone. Now we know we have to be careful about flipping a card because it can cause time to pass. But I guess one thing that's interesting here is that these 4 have been together for a long time. Lada, Vaclav, Eureka, and her and Namira. They're the original 4. All right. Jonathan says, I do wish I remembered the lore of this setting a little better. I'm also not sure how much detail we got during the main game, or if we had to discover it more as we played. It'd be funny if we can focus on finding the treasure instead of solving this murder. Okay. So, let's see here. So we've done these three things. So this card is essentially done. We haven't done these. Namira works in the kitchen, so if we suspected her, we might search her kitchen for something heavy that she could have used to bludgeon a woman. So if we're looking for a weapon, it could be hidden in plain sight in the kitchen or the laundry room for that matter. Or we can do these things. It feels like we should inspect her room, don't you think? We do have a lot of these hand icons, so summoning her spirit wouldn't be a crazy idea. Jonathan says, I thought the murder victim worked in the kitchen. Could be misremembering. My memory is that she worked in the kitchen, but she asked Namira to cover for her while she went to look for herbs in the forest. So I believe that Namira was covering for her in the kitchen among her other tasks. Let's look through her room and see if we can get a clue as to who might be about Lada's life. Maybe that will give us a clue to something. So 21 is to inspect her room. Always search the room of the murder victim, I say. There's Lada. Lada's room on the second floor was locked. We had to ask Namira for a spare key. Time ticks by. It's now 4 p.m. Inside, we found a bed with a gray cover. So Namira has keys to everyone's room. Don't forget that. A bed with gray cover, a large table that seemed quite old. It was cluttered with cans, bottles, bunches of dry herbs, and several overused books. 2 of them were about the art of healing. They contained sketches of different medicinal plants and recipes for making potions. Now that Lada was dead, there was no one else to provide treatment to our friend. His life was in danger. Studying these books could help us prepare the necessary medicine ourselves. It was best to get to it soon. Lada also had a copy of the Vesmigrad Bestiary. It contained descriptions of rare creatures that lived in this area and other parts of Rydenslav. The other books on her shelves were of no interest to us, but the binder with Lada's personal notes could contain useful information. We skimmed through it, but found only cooking recipes with notes on how to improve them. We could study the notes more closely in hopes of finding something of interest. So we could study her recipes and personal notes. That sounds like that will cause time to pass. We could take the bestiary, no time spent. So why wouldn't we do that? And we can study the books to try to heal Cress. No, it's to heal Vikul. So remember, Vikul has just this one symbol. So if we could heal him, I wonder if it's possible he could give us more tokens. So that might be worth our while. All right, let's take the bestiary since it's telling us no time is spent. It's not a bloody covered card, so it doesn't seem like there's a rush. Let's look at what the bestiary is. The book described various creatures. Studying it thoroughly would take too long, but finding information about a specific creature should take just a few minutes. We decided to find the section about the mock wolf Vaclav had mentioned, which allegedly lived in the woods. Flip this card to reveal the bestiary, then find the 7th number in row 2 and reveal the card with that number. What? Sounds like this might be a pattern, number pattern. The 7th number in row 2. It doesn't seem like we have an option here, so we have to do this. 7th number in row 2. Yes. Okay. What? Oh, I see. Okay. So it's just telling us to look up the mock wolf, which is going to be 24. There's no puzzle here, but I guess maybe later we'll learn. Maybe in her personal notes, she referenced a certain number of another creature she cares about. Okay, so it's telling us to go get 24. I guess we have to do this. But this seems like we could learn about more creatures if we have more if someone else tells us go to row 1, number 1. Okay, so here's the mock wolf. Let's read about it. In the bestiary, it says, meeting this dangerous predator does not bode well for anyone. The mock wolf can imitate the sounds of other animals and even human speech. It uses its ability to lure its victims for a surprise attack. The mock wolf is incapable of coherent speech. It can only repeat sounds it previously heard. If you listen to it closely, the phrases it utters are incoherent and meaningless. These fantastic creatures are endowed with an innate magic ability, which they can use to control their victims' minds. They create realistic hallucinations, and the victims see their kin or nothing at all instead of a dangerous beast. When an unsuspecting victim approaches the mock wolf, it attacks rapidly, using its teeth and claws to hold and maim the victim. These predators can climb trees, which they often use to hide and jump on their victims from above. The weight of a full-grown mock wolf can reach 180 to 250 pounds. Often a single blow from such a large beast is enough to knock the victim off their feet, rendering them unconscious or even breaking their spine. Mock wolves avoid human settlements, preferring to hunt in the woods. Settlements in the wild should clearly mark their territory with well-maintained fences or other barriers to ward off these beasts. Does this just mean we should flip the card? Whoa, look at that! That's the mock wolf. Oh, that's scary. And it makes you hallucinate to see your kin or nothing. Can climb trees, jump down, break your spine. I mean, it does sound like what could have killed that woman. 150 to 200 pounds. But it also can't repeat sounds. Kind of sounds a little bit like this guy. Doesn't it? Okay, very cool. And we can look more things up in here. It says it would take forever to search the whole thing. But we do have this thing. We can look up someone else. Now, if there's some other beast we want to look up that we knew its number, we could look it up. But we really don't. So let's take these two. Put them aside. Very cool. Jonathan says, I'm for looking at the medical book since the game seemed to hint at trying to heal Vikul sooner rather than later. I would agree with that. So where... Here, this is Lada's room. I agree. We should try to heal this guy, especially if he gives us new powers, I'm hoping. Okay. I think it's possible if we study her personal notes, we might see that she's looking up some other beast in the bestiary, but I don't know why we would care about another beast. I suspect someone in here. Okay, let's look at the medicinal plants. Let's try to heal this guy ourselves. She did get the medicine, so seems like she died getting us those medicines. Okay, so time ticks by. It's now 5 p.m. Wow, it's almost time to sleep. Lada would no longer be able to make a healing potion for our companion, but she had collected all the necessary herbs. We could easily make the potion on our own. Let us not forget that malady can be just as deadly as a killer. We looked through Lada's books and found a recipe that included all the ingredients Lada had collected and seemed to have the proper effect. Now that we had everything we needed to prepare the potion, we just need the time to do it. So it's 5 p.m. now. If we do this, it's going to go into evening. But that's okay. We're going to surveil someone. But we can do that right before we go to sleep. But yeah, I guess there's no rush. There's no bloody card. All right, shall we just prepare the potion? I'm trying to think if there's any reason for us not to do it. It's going to cause us to go into night. Okay, so theoretically, since it's only 1 hour to 6 p.m. when we could go to sleep, if we needed to get to sleep by 6, then maybe we wouldn't want to do this now, because maybe this will cause multiple hours to pass. But since we're worried about his life and we don't need to go to bed by 6, better to keep him from dying. All right, let's do it. Here we go. Okay, so time passes. It's now 6 p.m. And we've got a potion called Cure. Keep this keyword card with your characters. It may affect events that follow. We made the potion precisely as written in the recipe and immediately administered it to the patient. We could only hope that we had prepared it correctly and it would help. After an hour, our companion said he was feeling a little better. And we get an extra little hand token, mental token. So Vikul got better enough to get an extra token, which we now have quite a few of. And we should keep the word cure in our supply in case we need it. Looks like we might have some extra. If someone else gets injured, we can save them. That's good. I like that. Okay. Let's take an 8-minute break and then we'll come back. We could start going to sleep. Remember that because of the way the clock works, any extra hour we spend at night costs us in the morning the next day. So you either take 2 turns now and lose 2 turns on the next day, or vice versa. So there's no real advantage to doing them now rather than tomorrow. So we could just do the surveillance action and then go to sleep. There's not much advantage to doing stuff before we go to sleep, unless we think something's going to happen. Someone could get killed overnight, and if we hadn't surveilled them, we would lose the opportunity to do so, or search their room, etc. So let's think about that when we come back. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. YouTube says 12 concurrent viewers, 11 likes. We're playing Mortum Medieval Detective, an expansion called The Shelter. So far, quite a departure from the base cases in Mortum Medieval Detective. Instead of exploring a large land, we're stuck at this place with possibly a murderer, possibly a mock wolf that can make you hallucinate while he rips you to shreds. And there's our murder victim, Lotta, which we can summon her spirit and talk to her, although we don't think she's going to have seen anything. I feel like it may have been the kid who thinks he's a mock wolf who jumped on her and knocked her out. In fact, we were saying whoever came here brought the murder weapon, a blunt instrument, and left with it. Is it possible, however, that the kid has just climbed up here, this mentally handicapped kid? What if he climbed this tree, jumped on her, and broke her neck without an object? Like, there is no murder weapon. He jumped on her with his feet and just like landed on her neck, killed her. However, I mean, that's compelling. Then you wouldn't need a murder weapon. However, she'd been struck in the back of her head. There's blood at the back of her head, so that would be hard to do by jumping on someone. So that argues against that. Also, if you jumped from a tree high enough up that you would break someone's neck if you landed on their head, you'd probably twist your ankle pretty badly. Like, it would be hard to walk away from that without being injured yourself. Okay, so a couple things to think about at this point. We've been playing for 3 hours. We know that this is going to take multiple sessions, so we have to think about when to break. Jonathan says play one more game day, which could take an hour or two. I think that makes sense. So we'll play one more full day if we can, and then break. If you're watching this, I'm talking mainly to Jonathan and Anna, but anyone else, if you're watching this, give some thought as to whether we can continue Sunday night. Does anyone have early theories about whether this is going to be a mock wolf? Is this going to be a mock wolf supernatural cause, or is it going to be this kid, this 20-year-old mentally handicapped kid, or is it going to be someone acting out of jealousy? Any early theories about that? And then the other question we have to answer right now, really, is it's time to go to sleep. There's no advantage to going later into the night. There's no disadvantage either, really. But I guess for maximum freedom of options, you'd like to go to sleep earlier so you have more time than the next day after you go to sleep. But the only reason to worry about going to sleep is if something's going to happen, like one of these people could die overnight. We do have a murderer on the loose. Should we worry about, like, if one of these people dies, we're not going to have the chance to talk to them again. And we are going to do, for sure, one surveillance action because this refreshes. So we must decide who we're going to surveil. And then we must decide if there's anything else we want to do because we're afraid it's going to disappear overnight. There are no blood cards to worry about. So if we get lucky, we won't lose any actions. But you could imagine if you're worried about, like, if someone's going to wash their clothing with blood, do we need to get to the laundry room before the end of the night, or will it change? All right, let's check in with the chat, see what the chat says. Maybe the kid wanted to surprise her, accidentally killed her. Yes, that's what we were talking about as an option. All right, our most immediate question now. Jonathan says, I guess my theory that Eureka might have been playing with Mock Wolf and accidentally killed her. Playing Mock Wolf, pretending he's the Mock Wolf. Anna says, doesn't seem like an animal attack to me, so no Mock Wolf. And mice and men scenario seems likely, yes. All right, so we're all agreed, especially with the basket on top of her dead body, that it seems more likely an accidental death. Maybe jumping down from the tree. We know he's hiding in the stable. So if our number one theory is mice and men killed her by accident, it seems like he's the person's room we should search, right? Sorry, we'll not search his room. That's a separate action, but surveil him. So Jonathan's saying maybe we should double up with both of these things. If this is our number one suspect, should we do both of these today, right now? All right, let's do it. So what we're going to do, let's follow the rules of this game about surveillance and do that first. So we're going to watch him as we search his room. So we're going to put a surveillance on the character of our choice. Then we take an extra surveillance token and we put it 3 hours ahead, which would be 9 p.m. here. Now we're going to go to sleep so that we don't have to wait that long, but that's fine. So when we get there, we're going to take this surveillance card for what number? With the character's number 8. So he's 8. So when 3 hours pass, we're going to read this card. Okay. Although I'm not sure we're going to spot anything, but if he's hiding in the stable, maybe hid a weapon, if he used a weapon, I'm not sure there's anything, I'm not sure there's actually, if he is the killer, I'm not sure there's anything that is going to be discoverable about him. Like there may not be a weapon to hide. He's not motivated by some reason. So I'm not certain that we're going to be able to find anything on him. But that's okay. Jonathan seems like he's on that same wavelength. He's saying, I'm not sure he'll really do anything sneaky. So I'm not sure surveilling him will be super useful. It might be better to keep an eye on the guy who was sneaking back in the morning, find out who he's visiting. Well, it sounds like we're on the same page in that we may suspect him of being the murderer, but not that he'll do anything sneaky. However, I feel like this is sort of a rule of thumb when it comes to murder investigations. When we've identified the suspect, you sort of err on the side of surveilling them and watching them, right? It's kind of like you find your suspect, you're like, well, probably he didn't text his friend saying he killed her, but you don't want to get up on the stand and say he didn't bother to check his phone records. And in this case, if we think he did it, then maybe you surveil him, maybe you find some habit, something, a secret spot where he puts stuff. So, but you could argue that we should search his room first. I think we should just double down. Yeah, and it says maybe the kid feels remorse and does something pointing to that or something. Okay, so let's do it anyway. So we're gonna double down on him since all three of us suspect him. So I've put the surveillance 3 hours ahead. And then we're gonna search his room right now. Okay, so let's do that. Eureka's room. Eureka spends most of his time in the yard or stable, but we still had to wait quite a while for the right time to enter his room. It looked like no one lived there at all. Only a clean, thick blanket on the bed suggested that someone spent their nights there. Under the bed, we found a collection of colorful rocks. Another rock with a sharp edge lay at the head of the bed. Apparently, Eureka had used it to carve something into the headboard. What was he trying to draw here? Cress wondered, examining the drawing. The figures on the right have obviously been drawn recently, and the one on the left was recently scratched off. We thoroughly examined every corner of the nearly empty room, but the only thing we found was a little figure of a hare with a broken ear. It was carved out of birchwood. The lad kept this old toy in a dark corner behind the cabinet. Apparently, he often took it out to pet it. The wood was polished almost to a shine. Boy, that sounds like a Mice and Men reference. That sounds very suspiciously like a little nod to Mice and Men. Remember in Mice and Men, no spoiler, there's a movie of it and a book of it. He's petting the rabbit and he kills it. This really feels like a little nod to a Mice and Men. Okay, now, what does it look like here? It looks like there's the woman that got killed, and he scratched her off here. She's dead. And here is the scene of that. But what's happening here? What is this drawing of? Remember, there were 4 original people that arrived. Lada, Namira, Vaclav, and Uik, our guy. And someone has a key. Is it a key or is it another person they're holding in their hand? And then the more recent one, there's our woman lying on the ground dead. Here she got crossed off here. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and a key or a person. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are these the people he's killed on the right? The figures on the right have obviously been drawn recently, and the one on the left was recently scratched off. So these are new. I wonder if there's a way he draws that we can tell females from males. Like some of these have short legs and some have long legs. Let's see if the channel has any theories. John says, I think it's a drawing of all the inhabitants of the shelter. Numeria would probably be the one holding the key. Oh, good point. Namira has keys. Namira has keys. So is that the little boy? Why is he upside down? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I think you have to divide this in half. So remember we wrote down who's new. Us, Gomorrah, and the brother are new. So if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then the brother and the sister are new. So is this the original 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we're told that the newcomers are Gorana, right? She's new. Her brother, Mirid, he's new. And then there's us. There's 3 of us. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So I think here's our original set, and here's the newcomers. 2 of us that are new. Gomorrah and her brother that are new. But is this the dead? Oh, that's our injured one, Cress. What do you think about that? So if Jonathan's right, that's Namira. That's Lotta. She just died. And I think the 3 at the end are us, including our wounded person. And this is Gorana and her little brother. And these 3 are us. Now, if that's true, some of these people are smiling and some aren't. Like, is he killing them in order? Like, is that him with the smiley face? We're told the old man is angry. Here, these are going to be... Are these women with their hair? It's hard to make out the one that died, but that's going to be Lotta. All right, well, I'm not sure this helps us. Okay, so, but 2 time clocks clicked by. I don't know if we noticed that. So searching the room has caused it to go to 8 p.m. All right, let's flip this card now. Oh, that was you. Okay. So searching a room causes 2 time clocks. Let's remember that. Okay. I mean, I'm not sure that picture actually helps us in any way. I don't know if we should keep it turned around. Oh, no, what does it say we do to help us remember that we searched that person? Character remains there as a reminder. Oh, that's right. It's just going to stay there because we'll get a new one. Okay. Well, it's 8 p.m. I think we should go to sleep now. So we can take this action, fix the fence and go to sleep, or we could summon her and take our last turn and properly surveil his room. I suppose there was no point in putting this on there ahead of time in case we wanted to change our mind, but I'm still committed to it. Well, let's go to sleep. Let's go to sleep so we have more options tomorrow. So we're going to fix the fence and go to sleep. So we flip this card. Whatever it was that killed her, it was dangerous to spend the night behind the crooked fence anyway. Okay, so actually, before we do this, this is a little part of the rule that's a little odd. So because we're going to sleep, this triggers. So this goes away and we get surveillance. That's supposed to happen before we actually go to sleep. Let's just read that to make sure we understand that little weird rule. All search and surveillance triggers when you rest. Draw the corresponding special action cards, then you resolve the rest card. Okay, so here's our surveillance. It took me a while to find Eureka. He had the fascinating ability to appear out of nowhere and just as suddenly... Whoa. He had the fascinating ability to appear out of nowhere and just as suddenly disappear from sight. After an hour of looking for him, I almost collided with him near Vaclav's hut. Eureka was staring vacantly at the tools on the workbench. When he got bored, the lad circled the house and went into the backyard, where several large birch trees grew. He approached one of them and quickly scrambled up into it. Even though the lower half of its trunk was practically devoid of branches, he disappeared in the thick foliage, but I managed to find an angle from which I could see him. The lad sat on a branch, hugging the tree trunk and looking through the shelter windows. He watched the house for a while, then climbed down and walked casually first toward the stables, then into the house. In a short time, he managed to visit a bunch of places, all the while remaining unnoticed. When he ran into Garana, the lad smiled and shouted, "Hi!" When he ran into Rostik in the library, he greeted him the same way. When he ran into Namira, she scolded him for fooling around, gave him a broom, told him to sweep the floors. The lad wasn't particularly adept at this task, but he tried quite hard. I finished the surveillance and left. Perhaps keeping the window shutters open in the current situation is dangerous, and we should barricade all the windows. Barricade all the windows and go to sleep, 82B. So we did a little weird thing to ourselves because we decided to use this action to end the day, which is what triggered this. If we had let time normally pass and do this, we could have done this instead as a way to go to sleep. But we're going to have to do this and continue what we said. We'll just put this out for next time. We have a new way to end the night if we wanted to. Fix the fence and go to sleep. Okay. All right, let's read it. Whatever it was that killed her, it was dangerous to spend the night behind a crooked fence anyway. We convinced the others to spend the evening rebuilding the fence. We don't think there's any reason to need to do this. This is sort of a wasted effort on our part, unfortunately. It would have been better to barricade this windows to stop Eureka from sneaking out. Anyway, we rebuilt the fence. Now flip card 25, so 25B is revealed. If this is your second night here, reveal card 28. If it's your third card, reveal card 63. Whoa. So we can still summon her spirit and we still get the same card. But now 25 is flipped. So what have we done? What's changed? Here's 25. I mean, presumably we've fixed up the fence, I guess. But where is it that we fixed it? Right there? I don't really see much different. Really don't see much different. All right, anyway, we've put that card to 25B. We fixed up the fence. I don't really see where we fixed up anything. I don't really see anything new. Let me just bring it over here so we can get a closer look at it. It went from this to this. Anything new for us to pay attention to? I really don't see it. Does anyone see a difference? All right, well. All right, so we fixed up the fence. Everyone worked together. Is this our second night here? It's our second night, right? It's our second night. So reveal card 28. Let's see what happens during the second night. Unfortunately, we had another important task planned for the evening. Lada's body needed a proper burial. We had a choice to make. Bury her body or burn it on a funeral pyre. What do you think? Any reason? Okay, so now if we had read her personal notes, she may have said whether she'd like to be buried or burned or cremated, but we didn't read her personal diary, so we don't know. Huh. I like this idea, though. That's giving us a choice. And it says burn it. Jonathan says burn it just in case there are nocturnal animals around that could be attracted to the body if not buried deep enough. Isara says burn it. Okay, so Anna says I don't want to possess zombie or something similar. I think that logic is sound. However, I do want to point something out. Let's say you were a detective and you found the victim of a serial killer and you had two choices. You could pick a plot at a cemetery and bury the body, or you could cremate it. Now, why might you want to bury the body? What advantage to you might there be from burying a body versus cremating it? John says you could re-exhume it. Yes, that's one reason. You could bring up the body to study something else. And it says never bury anyone in a horror story. What's another reason why it might benefit you from burying the body? Let's phrase it differently. What's another benefit you might have from burying the body in a known place? Isara says to see if it gets up. No, not to see if it gets up. Because the killer could visit the grave. Exactly right. Very common for killers to want to spend time with their victims and return to the bodies. Quite a few serial killers are known to come back and hang out with the dead bodies. So I'm going to overrule the group here. I'm going to bury this body. I'm overruling group decision. All three say burn it. But I think as a detective, we want to keep access to the body and we want to see if the suspect comes back to spend time with it. Of course, we'd be a little worried about that Yuiko might want to visit it no matter what. But I think, so I'm going to choose to override the group and bury the body, 46. So we discard this card. That is a cool graphic, though. That's a cool picture. Okay, here we go. Near sunset, the residents headed to a small patch of barren land not far from the shelter where we had earlier dug a deep grave. Our small group moved in the dim light of torches. We carried Lotta's body, wrapped in white canvas, on a makeshift wooden stretcher. Namira gave a short farewell speech, after which anyone who wanted to laid flowers on the body. Marishka cried, holding old man Rustic's hand. Huika stood a little aside from the group and bawled. Vaclav approached the deceased and held her hand for a few moments. We used ropes to lower the stretcher into the grave, then filled it with earth. We stood in silence for a while before leaving. This sad day was finally over and we went to sleep. Return the surveillance token to your pool if you used it. That's a little misleading. It should say take a new one because we want to leave the one on the card that we went to already. Count up your group's fatigue. So we have 2 fatigue because we went 2 hours past 6 p.m. Set the current time to 6 and then move it 1 hour forward, or pay for surveillance. Remove all cards with bloody frames. Okay, so we're 2 hours over 6 p.m. So we start at 6 and advance it 2 clicks. We don't want to spend our surveillance to give more time because we'd rather use it to surveil someone. And then we flip this card. How does everyone feel about me burying this body? Remove all revealed cards with bloody stuff. We don't have any. And now we continue. As we returned to the shelter, the clouds darkened. Wind blasted through the estate's rotten joints, giving it a voice to howl into the night. Finally, rain began to patter on the dull windows, and a lightning flash lit the woods. We awoke in the morning to find the storm had subsided, but our companion's fever had not. He moaned and muttered something incoherent in a feverish delirium. We went to the dining hall where we met Tikhon and Gorana, who were anxiously talking about something. As soon as we said hello and sat down at the table, Rostik rushed in at extraordinary speed for his age. There, Vaclav! The old man was so short of breath he could barely speak, but we didn't need his words to understand that something terrible had happened. We ran outside and spotted Eureka waving to us from the stable. Inside, the horse and goats were restless in their pens. The goats kept bleating, and the horse even kicked the door as we passed by. At the end of the passage, Vaclav sat against the wall. Nemira was leaning over the dead man, holding his hand. "Who could have done such a thing?" she sobbed. "Why?" She saw Tikhon and rushed to his shoulder, weeping. "It's as we feared. There's been another murder." And now the plot has gotten serious because our working theory has been an accidental murder. But now we've got a second murder. An accident is no longer plausible. It's in the stable where our guy hangs out, Eureka. Reveal card 45. Yikes. Okay. It's the stable, which we know our guy Eureka hangs out in, so... Tikhon ran a hand, it's a bloody bordered card, over the dead man's face to close his eyes. His throat was slit like an animal. Eureka stood to the side and bawled. He was covered in blood, his eyes swollen, snot running from his nose. He started to approach, but we asked Tikhon to take the lad somewhere else and give us time to look around. Vaclav's body was sitting against the wall, arms hanging limply, head leaning on his left shoulder. A pitchfork and an oil lamp lay on the ground next to him. A wood-carved toy cat was nested in his lap. Everything was covered in the blood that had gushed out of his slit arteries. We saw bare footprints in the blood on the floor. Nemira saw us looking at them. "Eureka left these," she said. "He was the first to find Vaclav. He rushed to get me, then ran back to the body. Did you see any footprints when you first entered?" we inquired. "I don't think so." Nemira thought for a moment. "Oh, what do we do now? Without him, we won't survive here long." Remove card 32 Vaclav from play. Remove card 11 from the surveillance deck. Remember, this is what I said, that these people are getting killed. We've lost the opportunity to search his room or surveil him. "I wish we could get out of here right now," Cress said through his teeth, "but with our companion still ailing, that's impossible. Let's try to figure out who's been doing all this and why." So, yes, okay, so Vaclav disappears. Reveal card 11. Oh, reveal card 11. Reveal card 11? I think that probably should say remove it. Well, we'll take a look at it because I think this is going to be us following him. But let's see. Let me look at surveillance card 11 and see if it assumes he's alive or dead. Oh, no. That's weird. So it does say, Oh, I see. Oh, look how fascinating that is. Okay, so, all right. So if you surveilled him, thank you for catching it. If you surveilled him, you'd get surveillance card 2. So surveillance card 11 is specifically designed to be what happened when he died. So he goes out of the game. We can't search his hut. We can't search his hut even though he's dead. Seems like we should be able to. But it says remove card 32. Okay. And now, oh, I see. And now it's replaced by the dead Vaclav card. Look at that black border. Okay, I see. So now we get this card out in its place. Whoever killed Vaclav did it quickly and cold-bloodedly. The killer took advantage of the stormy weather to cover the sounds of the murder. Perhaps Vaclav went into the stable to feed the animals and make sure they were okay. That was when he was attacked. Had he not been there alone, the attack probably might not have happened. Maybe it would be a good idea to gather all the residents in one place and spend the nights where we could see each other. That way the killer wouldn't be able to do anything without being noticed. Okay, so now the card we removed had an action that was to search his hut. Now it's been replaced with, we can now still search his hut while he's dead, but we can also summon his spirit. And we can decide to all sleep together in one room. That's fascinating. So now we have 2 ways to end the day. We can end the day here by gathering all residents in one room, or we could end the day here by barricading the windows. All right, let's put those together. I guess I gotta keep it over here. Okay. And then is this card done? Flip this. The second night we did that. Then this is Wada's card. Okay. And what about this card, the stable? So we did that. Thank you. I was going to throw this away. Thank you for catching me. We revealed that. Then our guy says, I wish we could get out of here right now. So examine the estate was 14. We already did that, right? Yes, we already did that. So that's done. And we already looked at the oh no, we could examine the new murder scene if we want. So if we're going to examine the murder scene, it's going to have to be today before this blood card comes out. John says, I feel like we should always just start on the blood frame card. Okay, so let's examine the murder scene. Okay, time passes. It's now 9 a.m. There were no injuries on Vaclav's body except for the deep cut on his neck right through the artery. Vaclav had bled to death and had not even tried to resist his attacker, at least stop the bleeding with his hands. That's weird. The cut was straight and neat, which meant the weapon used was very sharp. Its shape and position suggested that the killer had struck Vaclav's neck while standing in front of him. The spraying blood should have caught the killer. The bare footprints in the blood next to his body had been left after his death. However, on closer examination, we found a second set of bare footprints where the blood had puddled, which had clearly been left before the murder. They were small enough to belong to a child. We found more tracks like this inside the animal pens. Eureka's shirt was stained with blood. Its footprints are everywhere, and also this. Crest was looking at the toy. It was carved out of birchwood quite some time ago and not very skillfully. Maybe it belonged to the lad. Am I the only one who wants to ask him some questions? The magician shook his head doubtfully. Wow, we can talk to the witnesses again. So birchwood cat. And then when we were in Eureka's room, we found a birchwood hare with a broken ear. But now I'm thinking that Vaclav probably carved those and gave them to each. What if Vaclav carved them and gave one to each kid? So the fact that Eureka has his makes him not the suspect of this murder. But actually, the suspect of this murder might be whoever got the cat, whoever owned the cat toy. What do you think about that idea? Did the man carve the cat toy for one of these kids? This is a very strange situation. But he was cut by someone in front of him. So that might make you think we should summon his spirit and maybe he saw the killer. However, the fact that he didn't even try to hold his neck or put up any defensive wounds makes me think he was knocked out. Maybe some poison first. So I don't think he's going to have seen his killer either. That would make it too easy. But if we're going to interview the witnesses before the blood red card disappears, we should probably do that. Jonathan says he might have just been making a new toy, and that's why Eureka went to see him, but I don't think Eureka is this killer. Maybe just finished carving the cat and wanted to give it to one of the children. Yes, maybe he was carving. Maybe he was carving. Is it possible he cut his own throat? Is it possible he cut his own throat? The weapon used was very sharp. I think the weapon used was the thing he was carving this thing with. I think you're right. I think he was carving it. Its shape and position suggests the killer struck Vaclav's neck while standing in front of him. I think maybe he killed himself. What do you think about that? And not even tried to resist or stop the bleeding. I think he killed himself. But now, where is the knife? If he did kill himself, shouldn't the knife be in his hand? And what's with these bare footprints before the murder? Small enough to belong to a child. Let me see if the chat thinks it could be suicide. Jonathan says, yeah, but what happened with the murder if he committed suicide? Who would have moved it? Or he was surprised, that's why he didn't put up a fight. Well, yeah, you could get surprised and not put up a fight, but if someone cuts your throat, you have a couple seconds to grab for your neck, right? No one gets their throat cut and just sits there. Well, I think we're going to need to talk to witnesses. Let's summon the spirit to see if it thinks he was drugged or hypnotized. Yes, you have a good point. And you have a good point. If we're going to summon a spirit, this seems like the guy to do it with. Do you want to summon the spirit before we talk to witnesses? All right, let's do it. Let's summon his spirit, card 44. So that's going to cost us a hand, a mental power. So I'm going to take this and throw it away and get card 44. It does seem like if we're ever going to summon spirit, this is the one to do. Before I read this card, however, we're going to take a little break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're playing through Mortum Medieval Detective, an expansion, standalone expansion called The Shelter. Having a great time. Really enjoying this case. Checking in with the channel. Jonathan says, I'm a little concerned about our card 25 not changing, because in previous cases, when we flip it, there's a place to explore. I'm not sure. However, we'll worry about it in a bit. We'll worry about it if something comes up. Now, in the break, I got an email from Sergey Minovich, who designed Mortum Medieval Detective, an email about the next game he's working on that was mentioned in the chat, The Legacy of Eastbrook Hills, and he sent a couple of pictures. So let's take a look. These are prototype pictures. So it looks like a box of cases, a bunch of them here, 5 with full envelope associated. So it looks like maybe a bigger game than Mortum Medieval Detective. And here is another screenshot, another shot of prototype pieces, hand assembled, not manufactured. Boy, that's exciting. So I think this would be an instant purchase for us. And I can see a little bit of tabletop simulator testing Says this game contains episodes of violence and cruelty, not recommended for persons younger than 13. I mean, that sounds perfect for this group. Some adult stuff, adult scary stuff is all welcome. So we'll be playing that on the channel at some point when it comes out. Okay. Where did we leave off? We decided to... why do I have this card? Oh, this was... We decided to summon his spirit. Okay, so let's take a look. We spent our token and we summoned his spirit, which brings out card 44. Okay, let's read it. Time passes, so it's now 10 a.m. We entered the blood-covered stable and closed the door from the inside so no one would disturb the magician. He put some hay on the floor, sat down, closed his eyes. What am I doing here? He eventually asked, his eyes still shut. We need your help, Vaclav. Do you know who took your life? No, I don't. How is that possible? Tell us. What were you doing in the stable in the middle of the night? What did you see? What did you hear? Remember everything. I remember it was storming outside, thunder and lightning. I woke up. I heard someone calling my name. I got dressed, took the lamp, and went out. Wait, who was calling you? I don't know. I heard someone whispering. Could it be Eureka? But I didn't see him anywhere. I heard sounds coming from the stable. The animals were scared. I went inside. The doors were open. Eureka, is that you? No answer. Lightning flashed. What was that? I thought I saw something run across the stable, something not too big. Could it be a wolf? I grabbed a pitchfork, looked for it. It was very dark. The animals were thrashing about in their pens. I went to the end of the passage, but I couldn't see anything. I heard whispering again, so close, right behind me. The lamp went out. I couldn't see anything. My heart was about to jump out of my chest. I was so scared, but I didn't turn around. I couldn't move. I felt terribly tired, completely exhausted. All I wanted was to get some rest, to sit down against the wall just for a minute. Drugged. Definitely drugged. Is that all? Do you remember anything else? So quiet. The goats calmed down. I could only hear the sound of rain. So scared, but I couldn't move. Something cut through my neck. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. Not because of the pain, but because of exhaustion. I opened my eyes, saw Eureka running out of the stable, and darkness fell over me. The magician leaned forward. His head went limp. He almost collapsed, but woke and caught himself. Damn it, he muttered. It's like something sucked all the energy out of him. I've never felt this empty. Poor Vaclav. Do you think a human killed him? I can't say for sure. His neck was cut and he bled to death, but something drained his strength right before it happened. A soul shadow could do something like that, or an imp fiend. But those entities are known to weaken their victims. Both those entities are known to weaken their victims. Also heard some animal poisons work similarly, but in order to learn the specific creatures, I will need more time. So here we were right about the bestiary. So we could look up soul shadows. We could look up imp fiends, and we could look up poisonous creatures. So when we looked up the mock wolf, it did not take any time. So it may be that looking up things is totally timeless, and then there'd be no reason not to do it. So I was saying as we were reading it, definitely poisoned by someone. But now it could be a creature of some sort. Let's look at the chat. The little girl supposedly did not want to talk to the little boy so she could sense something. The wizard did say looking at poisonous creatures might take time, so I think the other two might be free, but the poison will take time. And Tina says, the fact that Eureka carved the boy upside down makes me very suspicious of the little boy. You're talking about Mirad, who I was suspicious of in the beginning. However, I have a new theory for you. What do you think about the idea that this is a whole shelter of creatures? Is it possible all of the people here are like shape-shifting magical creatures of different kinds? Or is it just this little boy? He has a grown-up look in his eyes, and he's laughing at this guy's war stories. All right, are we back to this? Are we back to this kid? Is this kid our culprit? But don't forget that when the first woman got killed, the people who, these two were together and they heard the body fall and then ran to it and called out. Okay, new theory. This kid is possessing this guy and making him do things. This is our killer right here. This is our killer. I think we should search his room and surveil him. Okay. And it says, can we look up those creatures they mentioned? Okay, so we're going to look up these creatures and see if it takes time. Let's look up the imp that we suspect the child of being mystical. Okay, let's see. Okay, so what does he say about creatures? He says, something sucked the energy out of him. All right. Something sucked the imp. Could it be human? He says it could be a soul shadow or an imp fiend. Jonathan wants imp fiend. Okay. Imp fiends, 5th number in row 3. Row 3, 5th number is 65. Okay. The imp fiend has no immediate cost. Imp fiends are semi-intelligent beings that can assume either a bodily or ethereal form. In their ethereal state, they prey on victims weakened by disease or depression whose bodies they enter and possess. Sometimes they manifest themselves near the host human, who is then struck by feelings of horror and despair. Imp fiends quickly drain their host's life force. As a result, they either die or kill themselves. Afterwards, imp fiends completely possess the host's body, which is transformed. The corpse dries up, its arms become elongated, its fingers grow bony and pointed, and its head no longer looks human. The transformation takes approximately 40 days, after which the creature emerges from the grave and starts preying upon the living. In this form, imp fiends can kill humans and animals alike, ambushing them and raining down incredibly powerful blows with their bony hands. The souls of imp fiends' victims cannot rest in peace while their killer remains alive. After years of such suffering, the restless spirit may also turn into an imp fiend, which repeats the life cycle described above. The only way to kill an imp fiend in its ethereal form is to conduct a magical ritual. If the creature has already taken possession of a dead body, the corpse must be burned as soon as possible. Uh-oh, is that woman's body going to turn into an imp fiend? And here's a new way to go to sleep. After preparing wicker lamps and torches to keep the house lit at night. That's pretty cool. Okay, and then we can flip it. Whoa. There's a basket of someone harvesting stuff just like Our Lady did. And imp fiend could have smashed her on the head with its bony hands. So that's a potential way she got killed by an imp fiend. Oh my God, did we bury that woman? That's scary. Okay, all right, that didn't cost us any time, so let's look up the other one. So we got the mock wolf, and we got the imp fiend. Let's see, what was the other one? The soul shadow, third number in row 1. Okay, 40. Do we still have the opportunity to talk to the spirit of the dead woman? Yes, we do. Anna says, as we suspected, burning would have been a better idea than burying. Well, I can't deny it. I had good reasoning, though. Okay, let's read about the soul shadow. What does it look like? Oh, that's weird. A soul shadow is a very dangerous entity. I'm not surprised. It can spontaneously come into being wherever there is densely concentrated suffering. It feeds on life force released at the moment of death. Most often, it kills the sick or wounded whose death would not arouse suspicion. When a soul shadow is in its ethereal form, it kills imperceptibly by possessing its victim's body and stopping its breathing or heartbeat through sheer force of will. That doesn't match our victims. When in this form, it's bound to its place of origin, cannot travel far from it. However, it can assume the bodily form of anyone it has killed, exactly as they looked immediately before their death. Once embodied, the soul shadow can leave its place of origin for long periods of time, up to several years, but its abilities are limited. It cannot return to its ethereal form away from its place of origin, and therefore must kill its victims in the usual way. In either of its forms, a soul shadow can control its victim's mind, literally paralyzing their will. Soul shadows can also emanate energy, giving it off to living creatures. This allows them to enter symbiotic relationships with people, offering them vigorous health in exchange for help in committing murders. It is rumored that some great warlords possessed unusual strength only because they have a soul shadow around, which may assume the form of a servant or elder or common soldier. It's best not to burn the bodies of a soul shadow's victims, as this can enrage the entity and drive it to start killing indiscriminately. Protective magic cannot kill a soul shadow, but can weaken it. This is so interesting. It's like we have a whole menagerie of creatures. This one's victims you don't want to burn. The other one's victims you have to burn. This one you'd better not bury. You have to burn it. And this one's victims, don't burn it, or the soul shadow will get angry. Here it is, like possessing a person. It's in its ethereal form, and it's living off of the sadness. Wow, these creatures are pretty scary and cool. So this is the most likely one that given the way it could kill it with the bony hands. If this killed our girl, she's going to be turning into one of these. Okay. Okay, so let's just look. We still have this. We still haven't find information about poisonous creatures. I feel like we should do this because the bestiary has been fun. I want to do this. I want to do this. So, but Jonathan warns us this could take time. But I like this bestiary. I think we should read from it when we get the chance. Fourth number in row 4. Row 4, fourth number is 53. Let's see if this takes up time. Well, Jonathan was right. The poisons. So time clicks along to 11 a.m. This time, searching through the book took us much longer. We went through it page by page and found descriptions of several creatures whose poison causes paralysis, but none of them lived in these parts. Poisonous manticores live in the mountains, basilisks and wyverns in the wetlands. Only the giant shrouding spiders are sometimes found in forest areas. But it would be impossible not to be aware of their presence. This led us to the logical conclusion that if poison was used, it was human-made. And it made no difference what particular kind of poison was used in this case. Okay. And it says flip the card. Oh, look at this snake. Look at how great this art is. This art really is quite fantastic in this expansion. Okay, so unfortunately, this was just a click of time that we didn't really need to spend, but I love that bestiary. Anytime we get a chance to go through it, I think we're going to go through it. Okay. We'll keep the bestiary together. All right, so we've done all of these, right? So we can put this aside for now. We have not interviewed the witnesses, which we'll run out of the chance to do at the end of the day. So surely we want to do this. But Tina says, and Tina wants to talk to Lotta. So I do want to remind you of something. The blood-bordered cards are the ones that disappear at the end of the day. But we've also now seen that, one, people are dying every night, so we may lose the chance to go to one of these places at night. Furthermore, when we did a surveillance of someone, we discovered a new way to end the day. So our strategy of doing this surveillance at the very end of the day kind of bit us last night because we lost the opportunity to end the day by barricading the windows. So I'm kind of inclined to want to do the surveillance now so that we get access to it and can follow up on it tonight. So I'm going to suggest, before we do any other card, that we should pick someone to surveil. Here's another point. 4 of them have been living here for a long time. The newcomers are these 2. So these should really be much higher in our list of suspects than Eureka. I think we should surveil that kid. Or it could be his pretty sister. Can we surveil this kid now so that we get the information from him while we still have a chance to act on it? John says, let's interview some first because someone might jump out. Well, 2 time clicks are going to go by when we interview. So, all right. We'll interview first and then we'll surveil. It'll take us a bunch of time, but you're right. Maybe there'll be someone we want to surveil. Okay. You convinced me. So we're going to interview the witnesses, which is going to cause 2 time clicks, but then we'll start surveilling. Is everyone okay with that? Interview, 2 hours are going to pass. Then we'll pick right after the interview, we're going to pick someone to surveil. If we surveil first, we're going to get that information right away. Okay, interview, surveil. We're all in agreement. Okay, here we go. Interview witnesses 1 by 1, card 59. And we'll be done with that. We're going to have to burn or bury that body. Start thinking about what you want to do. All right, here we go. As predicted, 2 clicks of the clock go by. 1 p.m. Rustique and Marishka were the first ones we talked to. The old man was baffled. Rustique found out about the murder from Namira, who'd run into the house wide-eyed and told him the terrible news. Then Rustique ran directly to get us. At night, he'd neither heard nor seen anything suspicious. The old man claimed to have slept well despite the storm outside. He said he always sleeps well during storm. The monotonous rapping of raindrops eases him to sleep. Marishka looked upset, too. The girl was annoyed that she was forbidden to go to the stable, though she had been trying to stay away from there lately anyway because Rustique had scolded her for getting her shoes dirty. We found Tikhon inside the stable trying to clean up. He couldn't tell us much because he'd heard about the murder at the same time we did. We asked what he and Gorana had been talking about when we entered the dining hall that morning. Tikhon shrugged slightly and said that they were discussing how Lada's death would affect life in the shelter. Gorana was upset that the kitchen duties were now on her shoulders. She wasn't as good a cook as Lada was. This morning's soup was pretty bad, Tikhon admitted. It was half cooked. I probably could have made a better meal myself. He said the night before he'd been fast asleep and hadn't heard a thing, so it sounds like, was everyone knocked out with some sleeping powder put in the food? We found Namira near Vaclav's hut. She was sitting on a bench, lost in thought. The keeper told us she couldn't sleep last night and had gone out on the porch. She'd seen Eureka outside and yelled that he would get sick if he stayed out in the pouring rain. The lad had gone back into the house and Namira had followed. Some time later, she'd looked into the hallway and seen the front door wide open. She figured that Eureka had gone outside into the rain again. She did not close the door that time and went to bed. He likes rain. He enjoys running under it every time it pours. I gave up trying to tell him not to. A tired smile touched Namira's lips. In the morning, Eureka had run inside, covered in tears and blood. He'd said something incoherent, then run toward the stable. Namira had followed him and found Vaclav. Garana was the last person we interviewed. She was brushing her brother's hair when we came in. She said she hadn't heard anything last night. She had gotten up very early in the morning, gone into the kitchen to make breakfast. We asked whether the front door was closed at the time, and the girl nodded. There were wet clothes hanging in the room where we were interviewing her, and we asked Garana about them. She answered that she was now responsible not only for cooking, but also for doing laundry. While the soup was on the stove, I had some free time, so I decided not to waste it and did laundry in the meantime. As soon as I finished brushing Murad's hair, I planned to wash Rostik's and Marishka's clothes. We said goodbye to Garana and left. We wanted to question Yuika too, but we couldn't find him anywhere. So we can try to find him and ask him about Vaclav's death, which is probably going to take some time. So are we all starting to get the feeling that Yuika is like a red herring, that he's not really involved in this, or he's being possessed? If we don't do this today, it's going to disappear. All right, but the group promised to let me surveil someone now, because otherwise we're not going to get a chance. So we need to decide who to surveil. This should be put in some form to say that this is from before. So our suspicions are with this boy, so I think we should do the boy. These are the two new ones, right? The newcomers are Goran and her brother and us. So it's gotta be the new ones. I mean, or it could be some intruder from inside. Or they're all monsters, but the rest of them live there peacefully without anything happening. So I think it's the new one. I just want to raise the possibility that it's us. Like, this guy, Cress, he died, right? But then he shows up and he's alive. And this guy was tortured. And now he's alive. Is it possible it's us? If you get an opportunity to look at us, let's consider that. All right, it's time to vote. Who are we gonna surveil? I vote for Mirid, the boy. Or are we being sexist? Are we treating this girl as innocent? Let's read her thing again. This pretty young woman arrived at the shelter 2 weeks ago with her 6-year-old brother. Family was forced to flee when the war started. 3 years ago, their father was murdered by bandits. A year ago, mother died. She's taking care of the brother. She remains cheerful. She's not spoiled. She's not afraid of work. Her strong, sinewy hands. Like, am I being tricked? Am I being fooled by her beauty to not suspect her? I mean, she must know. Even if it is the boy that's the killer, she must know, right? Because she's alibied him. So maybe we need to be keeping an eye on her. Let me just read about the boy now. Maybe, like, even if it is the boy, maybe we should be watching her. Look, he looks evil, though. First, we were unsure if he could speak at all. He has a grown-up look in his eye. Already been through many trials. He looks emaciated. Is that one of the signs of that creature eating up your soul? Yeah, hardly ever leaves his sister's side. The only time they aren't together at night when they sleep in separate rooms. Small children usually room together, but Marishka won't play with them. All right, well, we're going to surveil one of these two, and maybe we search both their rooms. I feel like I've cut this girl some slack that I shouldn't have. I feel like I kind of feel like I was tricked by her beauty into giving her a pass. Chat says 2 votes for the girl. It's 2 votes for the girl, 2 votes for the boy. I'm ready to, like, go all in on these two. Search their rooms, turn the whole place upside down, make them sleep in the hut, just like we're watching The Thing. I think we quarantine these two. But which one do we surveil? That's the question. We already caught him sneaking out playing with goats, right? And we saw his footprints in the stable. Does anyone else want to come out of hiding in the chat? Come out from the background and break the tie so I don't break it. I'm giving you a chance now. This could be your first time talking in the channel. Just type vote girl or vote boy. We'll give it 30 more seconds if anyone wants to break the tie or change your vote. I could go either way here. The footprints were probably the little girl because her shoes were dirty. Oh, that's a good point. Shoes were dirty. That's a good catch. She claims she's doing laundry. There's still the laundry room we could investigate that we haven't from one of our early cards, remember? Remember, we've still got a card that lets us examine the laundry room, the library, the kitchen, or the empty living quarters. Maybe I should put that closer by. No one is changing their votes, and no one new is speaking. 13 viewers and only 4 voters. Come on, let's get one more vote in here. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Someone new make a vote. All right, we're going to wait an extra minute here until someone votes. What if we just stay here forever until someone new votes? That's it. We're going to stay here forever on this screen until someone new votes. Did the clock move forward? 3:30, 4:30. Yes. Okay. So the clock advanced to 4:40 a.m. even though my analog clock says 3:40 a.m. So we have advanced time, and we've been streaming for 4 hours and 40 minutes. Is that right? Yes. When people say girl, do they mean the sister or Marishka? No, Marishka is innocent. Marishka is innocent. Well, she's not in consideration. It's just these two. Okay, so Lauren has come in decided to speak up and participate, saved the day, saved us from staying here forever. Lauren has voted for the girl that breaks the tie. Wait, does it? Yes. No, Lauren voted for the boy, Mirrored. Okay, now the tie is broken. 3-1. We are going to stop the vote. It is 3-1, right? 3 votes for the boy, Mirrored, yes. Okay, here we go. Mirrored it is. We're surveilling him. So we put a marker 3 hours into the future here at 4 p.m. 1, 2, 3. So at 4 p.m., we're going to find out where he went. In the meantime, we got more actions to do. Now, we could search both of their rooms. This is the one that's going to disappear for sure at the end of the day. So do we want to find Eureka and ask him about Vaclav's death? I don't think he's... I don't see how that helps us. He doesn't talk. He might have seen something, but I'm not sure it's worth it. But if we're going to do that, we have to do it today. People wanted to summon Lada. Shall we summon Lada? What if she says, like, please don't bury me? Whatever you do, don't bury me. So we actually got quite a bit from talking to his spirit when he died. So should we wake her up? We've got plenty of these tokens. Do you want to talk to her spirit? I kind of want to search their rooms before the end of the day. And I'm kind of curious that if we go into the kitchen, we might find poison. That would help us know whether this is someone making it look like they're creatures. There's also, let's not forget that we had we still have the option to go through Lada's notes. Right? Don't forget that. We've got like Lada's notes somewhere. Okay, and Tina wanted to conduct a psychic ritual. I just don't know what she's going to say. She's hit from behind. Let's wait. She's in the spirit world. Wait till she turns into a creature, then we can tell her we can summon her. Okay, I want to search her room. These two are our culprits. So I think this girl got away with too much. She caught an early pass from me because of her beauty. I'm not going to put up with it anymore. We're searching the room. Here we go. Time passes. 2 p.m. Garana's room was not much different from the empty room. She had arrived at the shelter recently, and it looked like she had not had time to decorate. There were no curtains on the window, and part of the room was cluttered with old cots pushed against the wall. 2 of them were lined with straw and covered with clean patchwork blankets. The rest were empty. Nearby stood a large cabinet with sagging doors. Inside, we found some simple peasant clothes. 2 patterned shirts, a belt, and a couple long skirts. We're like searching through her lingerie. This is a little creepy. How are we going to explain this? That was her entire wardrobe. There was also a single white shirt about the right size for Mirrored, the boy. Apparently, this was his only change of clothes. We found nothing under the beds, but several freshly picked bird's foot flowers lay on one of the shelves. Why does she need these? The magician smelled the yellow flowers, then put them back. That's all we found in the room. Did they come here with anything at all? Cress wondered. How did they survive such a long trip, a young girl and her emaciated little brother? The magician added, hopefully now that she's in charge of cooking, she'll get her brother in better shape. We made sure to cover all traces of our presence and left the room. Okay, is this a poison? Why does she need these? Bird's foot flowers. Are we going to discover that that's a poison? Now I want to even more seriously see that entry about the notes about the bestiary. So where is the option from Our Lady Remember the lady let us, I know we haven't finished with this card. Remember Lotta, when we went to her room, here. I just want to look at this again. Study the books on medicinal plants. Take the bestiary. Okay, so we did these two things. And on the plant, we made the cure. Okay. But now we had an option. We could search her personal notes. Found only cooking recipes and notes on how to improve them. We could study the notes more closely in hopes of finding something of interest. So I just want to leave out the possibility that that could tell us about this. But why? I wish this magician told us why he was suspicious of these, but maybe that's going to come up on its own sometime later. Bird's foot flowers. Is there a yellow flower in the picture of the cure? Why do we think something has a yellow color? Oh, is bird's foot flowers a real thing? Doesn't really help us there. And the boy is emaciated. Is that which is the thing that makes people emaciated? One of these creatures, right? Not the mock wolf. Was it the soul shadow or the imp fiend? One of them. One of them. It kills the sick or wounded. Ethereal form, stopping its breathing. Victims weakened by disease or depression. Struck by feelings of horror and despair, quickly drain their host's life force. The corpse dries up. Doesn't really match. Okay, let's finish this card here. Oh, I see. That was it. Okay. I'm going to search this kid's room. I don't trust him. Time passes. It's now 3 p.m. Even though Murad had been allocated a separate small room, it was clear the boy hardly spent any time there. His bed was untouched. Perhaps he preferred to sleep in his sister's room. There was only one toy on the shelf, a crooked wooden horse with 4 wheels attached to its legs. The toy looked brand new. Probably Vaclav had carved it and given it to the boy. But Murad didn't seem interested in the toy. At least we never saw him play with it. There was also a small chest in the room, but it was empty. I don't think this boy is a boy. But I do think we're seeing signs that Vaclav carved a toy for each of the kids. Maybe each of the people. He's got an empty chest. Maybe he sleeps in the chest. I wonder if he sleeps in the chest. He doesn't sleep on the bed. This kid's a creature. We did see a bunk in the sister's bedroom, yes. Anything else? Look closely at this card, because if this is a creature, maybe there's a clue that we can spot here. He doesn't play with toys. He's not a real boy. Can you see anything else there? What's in that vase? Oh, that kid's creepy. I think he sleeps in that chest because he's like a vampire creature. He's a vampire. But how could he have killed Lada if he was with his sister? All right, well, we have one more action before the surveillance on Mirad ticks on. So, what would you like to do with your one more action? At least one more action. Shall we recap the things we can do? We can do this before the end of the day or we won't have this option again. So maybe if we think we have enough time to do everything, we should do this before time runs out. We can do each of these things. We could summon Lada's spirit. We can search someone's room because someone new is going to die at night. So maybe we should search it before they do. Maybe this sneaky guy needs his room searched. Or this guy who's more agile than he lets on. Also, as an action, we could search her notes. And maybe she left a secret note about something. No, we don't really think so. Well, what do you think? John says, I sort of want to search Marishka's room. Just finish investigating the children because the toy found at the scene of the crime. Really, little innocent Marishka? She's been at the shelter for 3 years. This is how I dealt with her when we met her. I was like, really? She's too pretty and innocent. She's not involved. And now I realize I made my mistake, but I'm advocating in the same way. She doesn't have a care in the world. She's recovered. She's wary of newcomers. Is it because she's a creature she doesn't want to get caught? No. It's not Marishka. She's a good one. It's got to be the newcomers. Although if it's a creature that's possessed one, I guess a creature could possess anyone. I guess I might be inclined to do this because it's going to run out. We don't really think he's going to be able to say anything useful, do we? What about all this laundry she's doing? Should we go to the laundry room? These choices are tough. I'm inclined to do things that... Well, we don't have to end the day right now. Okay, let's and Tina thought they were her footprints at the scene. They were there from before because they were filled with blood. I'm not against talking to Mariska, but I feel like if we keep searching little girls' rooms, we're gonna get into trouble. Um, I think this guy's gonna get killed next, so we should search his room. I'm searching his room. And Tina says, my votes are talk to the spirit of Lana or the least suspicious person because they're next to be killed. Okay, let's do this guy. 2 hours? Oh my God. Okay. We waited a long time for a convenient moment to enter Tekin's room on the second floor. Tekin wasn't a particularly tidy man. Thick patchwork blanket was balled up on the bed. Next to it was a worn linen shirt carelessly tossed on the headboard. There were more clothes piled up on the dirty floor in the corner. The only furniture was a chest that was falling apart, a table, and a couple of chairs. One of the floorboards had rotted through and broken. In the chest, we found a weathered knapsack, some loose ropes, and a braided flint and some fire steel, as well as a well-sharpened dagger in a leather sheath. The dagger's sheath and handle were embossed with 2 bolts of lightning striking a stone. Remember, on the doors of this place are the symbol of lightning bolt striking stone. Why does he have that? The blade was engraved with a name, Rogwalad. Apart from that, we found no other evidence of Tekin's military background. This was unusual since ex-soldiers tended to keep their weapons and armor. We rummaged through the bed, which was basically a large wooden box lined with straw at the bottom. We found a key under the straw. It looked makeshift, cut out of an old door hinge. Tekin had taken care to hide it. We decided to take it with us. There was nothing else in the room that would be of any use, so we covered our tracks and left. Feels like he's robbed the owners of this place or something. He's got a dagger that's got the symbols of this house. Remember, that's what we saw on the manor. And this is very suspicious. Where is the... And let's not forget what we saw when we staked out the place. 6 years old girl. Actually, this was Marrakesh. Rags. When are they dealing with that? But where was the lightning bolt stuff, remember? Was this the lightning bolt? I'm not sure, but we did see this lightning bolt. All right, so this guy is really up to something. Maybe we can find the treasure after all. Take card 51, okay? There's a lot of cards we haven't seen yet. Crooked key. Hand cut. Keep this keyword card with your characters. It may affect events that follow. The key we took from Ticken's room was clearly a copy of some other key. It was roughly chiseled makeshift piece cut out of a piece of old door hinge. Judging by how rusty it was, it had been made a very long time ago. Available actions. Find the lock the key will fit into. So we can spend time searching for the lock that this will fit into. Didn't we, in the beginning of the game, get told that the basement was locked and the attic was locked? Yeah. In the beginning, we were told that the basement was locked and the attic was locked. Oh boy, that's interesting. And this pattern matches some of the patterns that some of them have around their necks. Okay, but before we do any of that, this triggered. So the search of the boy's room has now triggered. So we take surveillance card 4. Now I kind of wish we had surveilled this guy. All right, here we go. Let's see what happens when we surveil the boy. What? Look at this short card. Most of the time I watched him, Mirad stayed close to his sister. He barely ever spoke. Just a couple times I saw him ask something of Garana, who was busy in the kitchen. Mostly he would just stand around watching her work. At one point the girl seemed uneasy about something and she asked him to go to his room. Mirad obliged without a word. It seemed to me the boy was frightened of Rostique and Marishka. When he passed by their rooms, he stiffened and picked up his pace. When Murad entered his room, he closed the door, but I could still see through the crack. He sat on the floor and stared silently at a toy horse on top of a cabinet. Then he got up and shut the door, and I could no longer watch him. What? That creepy boy, but no evidence against him. What is going on? What's going on in this place? What is going on in this place? Well, we searched his room. Well, it's 5 p.m. So the question is, do we try to find the key it will fit into, which could take a couple hours, but we can always do that the next day. I don't feel like whatever that works on is going to disappear, but one of these people may die. And this is certainly going to go away. Our day's almost over, which will be the end of our session. So what should we do? I think we should save the key till tomorrow. Yes, let's save the key to tomorrow. That'll be more suspenseful. So let's take one more action before we go to sleep. Or actually, we could take a couple more actions just so that before someone dies. So what do you think about maybe like searching these rooms before we've got 3 more rooms to search. Did we not search his room? We just surveilled him, but we didn't search it? No, we did both, right? Yes, that was when we got his drawings. So what do you think about going a little bit overtime and searching everyone's room who's still alive? Or does someone feel strongly that we should ask Eureka about Vaclav's death? Well, we got to take a break first anyway. So we're going to take an 8-minute break. We're going to come back. We're going to make our final moves for the day. We'll talk a little bit, and then we'll end the session. Got to get up soon for our 3 p.m. dear homes. So give some thought to what you want to do for our final actions. It's 5 p.m. We could take 2 or 3 more actions. I'll see you in 8 minutes for the wrap up of today's session. I'm just not sure what to do. There's so many options here. There's only one option on our table that's going to disappear, which is this one, but I feel like he doesn't talk. So if we're ever going to pass up an action, probably it should be this one. This is us talking to Garana, who's acting very suspicious. The girl nodded. Someone tells us about a door being open, and then we ask her. Namira followed. Sometime later, she looked the hallway, saw the front door was wide open. She figured Eureka had gone outside into the rain. He liked in the rain. Then we talked to Garana. Once the front door closed, she nodded. Wet clothes, and she said she's doing laundry. Why does she have the laundry in her room? Doesn't that seem odd? All right. We're not going to talk to this guy. He doesn't talk. Guarana has birds, foot flowers. We don't know what that means. Jonathan says, Anna says, we still could talk to him and ask him. The binder with Lotta's personal notes could contain useful information. We skimmed through it, but only found cooking recipes with notes how to improve them. We could study the notes more closely in hopes of finding something of interest. Recipes for making potions. Personal notes. Well, speak up now with what if you have things you want to do. I think I've changed my mind about searching their rooms because this is the guy who died here. And when he died, we still had the option. No, we didn't have the option. Yeah, we still had the option to search his hut. It's a different entry than searching their room, but you're still allowed to search it. So, I mean, we definitely should check out his hut, but what's the rush? Maybe we just wait till they die and then we go in their room. So there's no point in doing that now. Um, Let me look in the chat. Jonathan says, I do like Jesse's asking what has provoked these killings now. I'm wondering if something did break down that fence before we arrived and assumed someone's identity. But no one says anyone else is acting weird. No one has mentioned anyone's acting weird unless we look at Wada's notes and she's made notes on someone acting weird. Did we search Dead Vakla's room? All right, so I guess we weren't allowed to search his room. He died before we searched his room, and so we can no longer now we can examine his hut 41. Let me just, so before he died, what was his card before he died? Did I throw it away? Oh, here it was. Okay. So before he died, we could search his hut. We would flip this card. Now we can still go to his hut. So I think after they die, you can still go check their rooms. So now I'm thinking, let's not visit their rooms anymore. We'll go to their rooms when they're dead. We could go to his room now. I suppose we're going to go to his room. Okay, let's do that. Let's go to his room. Because we're going to do it eventually. He's dead. If we decide we're not going to do this, which I am decided we're going to do, we should do, then let's go to his hut 41. Done and done. That was the thing that Jonathan reminded us to check. Okay, here we go. So one click of time, it's now 6 p.m. The cramped hut had only one room. It was filled with junk, such as rusty old tools, leaky troughs, and broken brooms. There was a small stone oven in the corner and a bed next to it. There was also a workbench and several shelves with various tools. Seems Vaclav spends all his time trying to keep the estate from falling apart, Crest said, holding an old rusty saw. It's not the only thing he spends his time on, the magician replied, pulling aside a hanging cloth to reveal several more shelves. These were filled with children's toys carved out of wood. Each of them was placed inside a small circle of dried flowers. What the hell is this? Crest said, examining the shelves. He picked up one of the toys, a bare figure with a broken forefoot, carved out of birchwood. Half of the toy was dark, as if it had been partly painted. Crest brought the figure to his nose and smelled it. He screwed up his face, pulled away his hand, and put the bear back in its place. Smells like it's been dug out of a grave. Who decorates shelves like this? Those are rue flowers, the magician replied. I don't think they're intended as decorations. The rue flowers in these parts of the world symbolize repentance and grief. How curious. A bare figure with a broken forefoot. And that guy, Eureka, had a hare with a broken ear. And what was the item found on Vaclav? It was a cat, but did it have a broken piece? Does anyone remember if the cat toy had a broken piece? Where did we find that? No, Buckle, that's when he was alive. Does anyone remember the cat toy? Was the horse with wheels broken? That's a good question. Let's find the horse and see if it had a broken part to it. Crooked wooden horse with 4 wheels attached to its leg. It looked brand new. Doesn't look broken. All right, let's keep reading. How curious, he says. It symbolizes grief. Rue flowers. Okay, there's the room. Got all kinds of toys in there. Axe, a bed. We rummaged through the piles of junk in hope of finding something unusual, but it was a waste of time. It looked like the junk had been there a very long while. However, the stone oven looked to be much more recent. Most likely, the hut had once been used as a barn or an unheated workshop rather than a residence. Wonder what made Vaclav decide to live here. No matter how old and rotten the main house is, it must be warmer and more comfortable than spending nights here, the magician said. And he wouldn't have to waste any time turning this dump into a poor semblance of home, Crest replied. So we could ask the tenants why Vaclav lives in the old hut. A bunch of old toys there. Nothing else jumps out at me, though. What a strange place this is. Well, it's 6 p.m. We could go to sleep now, or we could ask people, spend a little extra time. Half the toy was dark, as if it had been burned. Is some ritual happening with these toys? As if it had been partly painted. It's been dug out of a grave. But it's on the shelf. I wonder if it's from someone who died. Like he gives all the kids toys, and then when they die, he digs them all out and keeps them. Each was placed in a small circle of dried flowers, repentance, and grief. I think he's just keeping the toys from the kids who die. Well, you know what? I think the thing is that rather than figure out what to do and go into overtime, that is a good sign to end the day. And then we'll have more time in the morning when we know more things. It's our last chance, however, to talk to this guy about Vaclav's death. But I don't think we should. Let's stop. Let's not do that. We have to make some decision about limits to our time. Let's give up on that one. Now, it's time to end the day. So the question is, where do we end our day? Because now we have options. So let me give you some of the options. One is, this one seems the most appealing. He says, maybe it would be a good idea to gather all residents in one place, spend the night where we could see each other. That way the killer wouldn't be able to do anything without being noticed. That seems like a very good option. Then if someone gets killed while we're all see each other, then that'll tell us a huge piece of information that the intruder, the killer, is someone outside of this group. But our other option was unlocked with Eureka. We could barricade the windows if we think someone's coming in through a window. And then our other option seems like we can't do that one again. So, whoa, what's this? Oh, study her recipe. Sorry. Okay, I put that card when I shouldn't have. So I guess that's it. So let's do this one to all sleep. Whoa, what's going on? Let's do this one to all sleep in one room. John says one option is to use the special lights to deter the imp. Where was that? You're right, I do. That does sound familiar. Was it on the imp card? Yes, you're right. So if we're convinced there's an imp involved, we could prepare the lamps and torches to keep the house lit at night. Feels like, thank you for reminding me of that. Okay, I think we should do this one. Let's do this one, okay? So we're going to gather everyone together at 6 p.m. So we have a full day tomorrow. $52. Yeah, it feels like someone could sneak out, but maybe if most of the people stay in, it would still give us a good alibi for most of the people. Here we go. We're ending the day. We're all getting together and going to sleep at 6 p.m. Oh, this is a shame. You're not going to like at the bottom of this card. If you have the keyword lock. I feel like we could have found that if we used the key. At dinner, we proposed that everyone spend the night in the same room so we would all be in each other's sight. It wasn't a popular idea, but everyone agreed it would be safer. We emptied the dining hall, brought down several beds, and locked them with dry straw. We also decided to keep watch during the night, taking turns in pairs. Rustique and Garana were supposed to go on duty first. Then Tikan would switch with Rustique, and later one of us would take Garana's place, and so on. But before we went to bed, just like the night before, we had a funeral to attend. There was no choice this time whether to burn or bury Vaclav's body. There wasn't enough time to collect firewood. We walked through the already familiar patch of barren land. The farewell to Vaclav was a short one, and it wasn't without tears. This time it was Namira who cried. She cursed the unknown killer, prayed to the heavens that the crime would not go unpunished. Tikan struggled to pull her away from the body so we could finally lower it into the grave. If you have the keyword lock, maybe we could have locked ourselves all in a room. Card 70. Well, unfortunately, we don't have it. We've got cure. We've got the crooked key. But we don't have a lock. Right? We don't have a lock. So instead, card 83, but it does say to flip this. It's a little confusing, like flip this first? No, reveal card 83 first, I guess. Oh, I see. It's just a picture. Okay, so we've all gathered in this room. There's laundry. So we're all gathering, but before we go to bed, we have the funeral where we buried it. Okay, Namira is upset. Feels like we should talk to Namira. Okay, 83. When the first night watch party had gone on duty and the others started going to sleep, an unexpected problem came up. God damn it. Yuika refused to sleep in the dining hall. He did not understand what was going on, constantly tried to go up to his room. In the end, we gave up and let him. Unlike the thunderstorm of the night before, this night's weather was calm and quiet, but now we could clearly hear all the sounds of the old house. The creaks of the decayed floors and the window shutters, the low, almost hollow thudding of the derelict walls, the rustling of rats underneath the floorboards. Although we were happy to have a roof over our heads, we did not sleep well. The children kept waking up during the night with random requests. Murad cried and whined until Garana went to bed and allowed him to hide under her blanket. So he's sleeping in the chest, but maybe just because he's a terrified little kid. Return the surveillance token to your pool if you used it, which we did, but we're just going to take a new one. Count up your group's fatigue, which is 0. Because we stopped at 6 p.m. So we just start back at 6 a.m. Remove the revealed cards with bloody frames, so we lost the ability to ask this guy about his death. So we're going to put that... what we need to do is mark that we're not allowed to see this. So I'm going to just put a little thing on this so we don't read this by accident. And then flip this card. Uh-oh. When the night was nearly over, during another shift change, Namira said she needed to go to her office for a minute to do something important. Tikkun and Cress, who had just relieved her from night watch, nodded silently. However, she didn't return a minute later as promised. Oh, no. Not even 10 minutes later. Tikkun was about to go check on her when we heard Yuika's screams and the sound of something heavy falling on the floor. The noise was coming from the direction of Namira's office. Cress and Tikkun rushed there, followed by others who'd been woken by the commotion. We stumbled into the office and found Namira sitting at her desk, her head resting on her hands. Yuika was lying in front of the desk in a pool of blood. Whoa! Next to him was a rusty cutter. For a moment, everyone stood there speechless. Then Tikkun noticed something and went to Namira. "She's still breathing," he cried. He picked her up carefully and carried her to bed. "I'll get some water," he shouted and ran out of the room. Rustique asked Garana, who had just walked in, to go back and look after the children. In the meantime, he began examining Yuika with us. Yuika was killed. We had a chance to ask him about the other guy's death, but we didn't. Now he's dead. Reveal card 79. Oh, that was serious. What was the, where was the card that started this whole thing out? 52. Okay, I just wanted to say, okay, 79. Wow. She's almost dead, but she's still alive. He's going to get some water, or is he getting poison? And Eureka is dead. Card 79. What a twist. Our initial suspect has just been killed. There are still a lot of cards we haven't seen. Suddenly, the lad stirred. What? He's alive too? He's alive, Cress exclaimed and rushed to Eureka's side. We turned him over on his back, tore a piece of his own shirt, and bandaged up the wound on his arm, which appeared to be self-inflicted. The wound's edges were rough, which made sense given the poorly sharpened rusty cutter lying next to him, just like the ones we found in Vaclav's hut in the old barn. While we were bandaging the wound, Tikhon returned, carrying a pitcher of water. Seeing the lad was alive, he cheered up and began to help us. Namira opened her eyes slightly. She didn't immediately realize what had happened, but when she did, she ran to Eureka's side and hugged him tightly. For a long time, she couldn't calm down, first crying, then laughing uncontrollably, all the time hugging the lad, who looked like he was about to faint. When she finally calmed down, we helped her get up, sat her down on the bed, and gently asked her if she remembered anything before losing consciousness. They're both alive and fine? Namira said she hadn't been able to fall asleep that night. Painful memories of Vaclav and Lada had overwhelmed her. It was long past midnight when she sat down at her desk, wanting to pour out her feelings in writing. But she didn't get the chance. She felt a sudden terrible weight pressing down on her and was unable to even look up. In the corner of her eye, she noticed a vague outline above her desk. Is this the soul sucker creature? She could see someone's shadow, but was sure no one else had entered the room. Her body became increasingly heavy, as if turning into stone. She lowered her head on the desk in complete exhaustion. In the last moments before she lost consciousness, Namira heard the sound of a window opening and Eureka's voice. She didn't understand what he was saying, but she clearly remembered that the weight pressing down on her became much lighter. Then she passed out. We checked the window, and it was open as she had said. And there were footprints left by bare feet on the floor. Looks like Eureka saved Namira, the magician said. He was willing to give his life to the attacking entity, but luckily it couldn't take it, or didn't have time to. Eureka is wounded and is resting in his room. Remove his card from play. So if we hadn't searched his room and surveilled him, we wouldn't have had a chance to see what we saw, but we already saw this. So luckily we still have access to it. So that doesn't affect us. Our ailing companion seemed to be finally on his way to recovery. We decided not to spend another night in this distressing place. Is the mission over? If the current time reaches 6 p.m., finish taking your action, then immediately take the action below. If you choose to end your investigation earlier, you will gain +1 victory points per hour you save. It sounds like the case is over? Let's see if we can understand this. We chose to rest and end the day. We could have gone on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We could have had 11 more hours of overtime. But we ended the day early. And then it says, if the current time reaches 6 p.m., but how could it not be 6 p.m.? Because is this supposed to be a new day? Yeah, it does. Where was the 52? Da, 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 da. Flip it over. I'm a little confused. Let's see what the chat says. We have 1 day left starting at 6 a.m. It has to end at 6 a.m. So we have 12 hours left. This is 6 a.m. on the final day. Okay, I see. That makes sense. Shouldn't it say reset your time, or did I just miss that? Otherwise, flip it. Oh, I missed it. It was this. That was this card. Sorry. I just forgot that we had seen this card. Okay, so we reset to 6 a.m. I didn't do this part. I gave us a new surveillance token. All right, I just didn't reset it. All right, so fine. So we have another full day. All right, fine. Sorry about that. Okay, so on our final day, this is the card we have before beginning our final day. So when we get to 6 p.m., we're not sleeping here again. So this is our final day. We could end the day early if we want, but at 6 p.m. we must stop and take the action below, end your investigation, and prepare to leave. But if we want to stop early, we'll get some bonus. So we have these new actions we can do. Search her office, question Eureka. And we have all the rest of the actions available to us on the table. And we have a full day. So actually, that's the best of all worlds, that we ended early at 6 p.m. because now we have a full day in this new time. And one more surveillance to take. This feels like it's that. Well, I don't know what's happened. We're going to have to talk about it, but we'll talk about it at our next session. Let's wrap up. I'll have to put all this away for tomorrow's Dear Holmes game. But let's decide when we're going to play this, and that's what Jonathan is talking. Okay, Jonathan's just confirming what I've said and that I missed. That we actually worked out best by ending our day early at 6 p.m. because now we have a full day with our new knowledge. Okay, so and I can't play tomorrow. Well, what we'll do? We don't have to discuss this now on the channel. We'll discuss it on the Discord or on the Board Game Geek thread. But we'll either continue this tonight, which would be better while it's fresh in our mind. We could play it tomorrow during the day after Dear Holmes. That would be a little odd, though. But we'll figure it out. We'll continue it soon. Just as some preliminary thoughts, I mean, this is an amazing scenario, and there is a huge deck of cards that we haven't seen. So it's almost sad that it's ending. We definitely want to find out what that key opens, but amazing time. loving it. I don't want it to end. In the channel, it looks like it's Sergey. He says, it's very interesting to watch the game. I will definitely join in the final part. Great. Okay. So, Sergey, it would be nice to pick a time when Sergey can make it. But I don't know when that will be. Is Sunday night available for you? What about Jonathan? Is Sunday night available for you, Jonathan? Well, even if you can't make it live, I'm inclined to play it Sunday night. I don't want to wait until Tuesday. That's too far. So I think we should play it Sunday night if we can. Sunday night would work for me. Okay, we'll play it tomorrow night. We'll play it Sunday night, which is tonight. And we'll finish it up. Let's just do it that way because we're not going to be able to accommodate everyone and I don't want to wait for 2 more days. All right, well, I'll see you in a few hours for Dear Homes at 3 p.m. And then in the evening, we'll finish up the shelter. I'll see you then.